My name is Christoph Schaub, and I'm happy to welcome all of you to the second day of our first annual consortium conference with the title, What is the Political Novel? Defining the Genre. And it's my pleasure to moderate the first two panels today. So I don't want to say much about how they fit together, but a little bit. And I think that sort of broadly conceived, these two panels, at least based on the abstracts, revolve about relating whatever the political novel is or the politics of a specific novel to some of these buzzwords that Patrick mentioned yesterday. So I think in this case, identity and social position, intersectionality, feminism, and maybe it seems to me also the inclusionary and exclusionary dimensions of community building. It appeared to me that this also moves us into slightly different theoretical territory than yesterday. And probably raises for us the broader question to what extent theoretical or epistemological or epistemologies implied in theories sort of influence, inform, maybe even determine what we understand as the political or the political in the novel. And this seems to be maybe relevant not at the least because approaches like intersectionality or feminism more or less directly emerge from social and political movements. And I think that's something to consider. So the first panel is called Identity, Social Stratification and the Politics of the Novel. We will have two presentations like yesterday, ideally 30 minutes long, and then a 50 minutes discussion. So the first speaker is POLINA MACKAY. She's professor of English and head of the Department of Languages and Literature at the University of Nicosia. She works on the politics of gender and sexuality in modern and contemporary literature and has published on feminist appropriations of literary techniques as political critique in the works of such writers as Kathy Ecker, Diane de Prima, and Anne Waldman. POLINA's most recent work is a monograph on the aesthetics and activism of women of the Beat generation entitled Beat Feminisms, Aesthetics, Literature, Gender Activism that was published last year with Routledge. Her paper today is part of a new research on literary depictions of breast cancer and specifically the medical novel. The presentation is titled Intersectional Politics in the Cancerland, reading Natasha Brown's Assembly. Thank you. So, POLINA, welcome. And I'm looking forward to this.
Okay, thank you, Christoph. Thanks, everybody. Can I just say, can someone take a picture of me at some point? It's just for my kids. So for anything else, yeah, for social media, maybe. So thank you very much. I just found out a few days ago that this novel will be the first novel that the German group organizing the book club here in Berlin will be discussing in a few weeks, I think. So I'm very excited about that, obviously. I hope that some of you who will be attending that book club will get a kind of a good introduction to the book today and that you'll be excited to be discussing it. And let me know what you guys think after your book club. Okay, so these are a couple of pictures of the different editions of the book. Obviously, there's the English cover of the book. I put it not in the center. I hope people will understand why. And then there's the French translation, assemblage, and then the German translation. I had a lot of fun checking out on the internet to see what people are saying about these new translations. And it seems that here in Germany, according to Google Translate, a lot of people are looking at this novel from the perspective of class. So that's quite interesting. I'm not going to come from that perspective as such. I'm going to talk more about race and illness in the book, but certainly there's a lot more to be said about the book. So Assembly was first published in 2021, and it's Natasha Brown's debut novel. Set in contemporary London, the book is a first-person narrative, but an unnamed young Black British woman working in finance. The narrator is highly aware of the multiple challenges she faces. At work, she's the subject of various microaggressions by male colleagues who comment on her appearance or enjoy telling her that she has been promoted because she ticks all the diversity boxes. In her private life, her seemingly caring and empathetic white boyfriend from an upper middle class family is largely unaware of his own privilege or the difference between the environments they have to navigate every day. This short book of just 100 pages shows many different forces converging to exact ever greater pressure on the narrator. A forthcoming garden party at her boyfriend's parents' country home exposes her to insidious racial coding and the full force of the class system in British life. She is ever more aware of her place as a privileged servant of the capitalist system that underpinned colonialism and slavery. Most pressingly, she has just been diagnosed with breast cancer. In an existentialist decision, she chooses neither to share this news with anyone in her life, nor to receive what the doctor tells her is essential, indeed life-saving treatment. The novel is in part an extended explanation of how the forces of class, race, and history might make this an empowering choice. I will also argue here that Assembly offers a political reading of cancer, in that the disease becomes a metaphor for other kinds of societal malignancies, racism, systemic inequality, and the pressure to assimilate. Another slide. Shortly after Barbara Ehrenreich was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2001, she wrote an article for Harper's Magazine entitled "Welcome to Cancerland, a mammogram leads to a cult of pink kitsch." The essay, which went on to win the National Magazine Award, was a timely critique of the pinkification of breast cancer by survivor groups, feminists, and the American Cancer Society. Ehrenreich's anger is primarily directed towards cultish survivor groups. She puts forward the following poignant question, quote, "Why is there no room in this cult for some gracious acceptance of death? I will not go into that last good night with a teddy bear tucked under my arm." Unquote. Assembly repeats this unwavering, angry refusal to conform to modern popular discourses of cancer, which prioritize assimilation into an existing culture of positivity, suppress acknowledgement of the inevitability of death, and stigmatize negative reactions to cancer, such as depression. Assembly is in addition a refusal to conform to the melting pot model of cultural assimilation. The narrator's identity as a British citizen, an individual of Black descent, and a young woman of color is intersectional in the sense of the word as first defined by Kimberlé Crenshaw, a sense of self formed at the intersections of various systems of power. Additionally, Brown seems to write this character as an assemblage of sorts, similar to the concept of assemblage in the work of Deleuze and Guattari. As in Deleuze and Guattari, Brown shows us identity as breaking apart, as unbecoming. The concept of assembly itself in the book seems to suggest fracturing rather than a coming together. In a section towards the beginning of the novel, for instance, Brown places the narrator at a school assembly, where she has been tasked by her employer to introduce schoolgirls to the idea of women's success in finance. This moment seems like a perfect opportunity for Brown to write the idea of assembly as a gathering force with a political purpose, where power may be negotiated and challenged. However, the narrator depicts the scene as a moment of fracturing instead, when she sees herself as a tool exploited by her industry to show off their diversity credentials. In fact, the assemblies the protagonist attends contribute towards the feelings of apprehension she experiences. As in the example at the girls' school, her intersectional identity amplifies the weight of each individual stressor. More pressure comes from a series of microaggressions the narrator suffers daily. All relate to sex and/or race in various combinations. For instance, a male colleague constantly comments on her appearance, describing her hair as wild, her skin as exotic, as a quote, or noting, quote, that her blouse can barely contain those breasts, end quote. Obviously, this environment makes the context of race, sex, and pretty privilege in the book directly relevant to the story. It also makes us aware of the issue of the objectification of women, and more specifically, the female Black body. What is more, the narrator's feelings of constant scrutiny, which contribute to her thinking that every day is yet another opportunity to make mistakes, feel like a natural progression of an ongoing broader situation that goes beyond the individual circumstances of this character. The uncertainty created by constant scrutiny, Brown's novel also unpicks the ways in which surveillance affects a person's sense of national identity. She has her narrator say that such an environment is, quote, disorientating, prevents you from forming an identity. Living in a place you're forever told to leave without knowing, without knowledge, without history, born here, parents born here, always lived here, still never from here, end quote. These thoughts are indicative of another challenge the novel explores, which is having to internalize and process the wider context of the historical oppression of colonized peoples, and also deal with the disparity between what the colonizing power thinks happened and what actually happened. The book notes with some sarcasm the day the Treasury account on Twitter tweeted the following message, quote, here's today's surprising Friday fact. Millions of you helped end the slave trade through your taxes, end quote. This was a real tweet, by the way, in 2018, which was then deleted. The narrator comments how she feels the weight of the history of slavery very differently, writing that the history of European imperialism boils down to, quote, the nameless, faceless, unidentified Black bodies displayed, packed, and chained side by side, head to toe, end quote. This historical context amplifies the contemporary challenges the protagonist has to confront, making everyday missteps feel like they're loaded with generations of weight. The solution offered to Black communities to these problems, as the novel sees it, is assimilation into majority culture. But the book defines this process as a brutal exercise, as another act of violence against minority communities. As the narrator reflects, quote, always the pressure is there. Assimilate, assimilate, dissolve yourself into the melting pot, and then flow out, pour into the mold, bend your bones until they splinter and crack and you fit. Force yourself into their form, end quote. Nevertheless, there are certain places like the country estate of her boyfriend's family that even seemingly assimilated individuals cannot transcend. As the narrator points out, in these particular spaces, under the language of tolerance and cohesion, the underlying message seems to be to assimilate somewhere else, please. Perhaps, quote, London's multicultural soup, end quote. For the narrator then, the presumed need to assimilate becomes another form of pressure, contributing to the sense of displacement she's already experiencing. The pressures outlined in the book speak to the protagonist's struggle to navigate between self-expression that would feel authentic to her and societal expectations. There are several examples in the narrative where the reader is confronted with the disparity between what the narrator wants to do in a particular situation and what she's expected to do. When she arrives at her boyfriend's country house, for example, she notes how she's expected to fit in with the family and the others who will be attending the wedding anniversary party. But her own interest lies more in observing the family in their natural habitat, as it were. Speaking of her boyfriend's father, George, she notes, quote, I've met Georges before, many across their various guises, the roles they assume, I have observed and examined and concluded before, but now here I am, seeing one at home with his wife and son. I don't want to be part of it. I want to grab at it, grab its face and pull open its mouth, prise its jaws apart and reach down in deeper, touch what's inside, end quote. As we can see in her account of George, she's brutal and direct in her objectification of his body, going as far as to refer to him as a thing and later likening him to an animal. She later watches the boyfriend's mother in her kitchen eating breakfast and similarly reduces the mother to merely a body that consumes mechanically. Quote, her jaw grinds rhythmically, bulging and elongating. The entire side of her face is engaged in this elaborate mechanical action until climactically the soft hung skin of her neck contracts familiar and the ground down mushed up toast, saliva and butter worked into a paste squeezes down, is forced through the pulsing esophagus, is swallowed, end quote. In both of these descriptions, the novel dehumanizes the boyfriend's parents in a reversal of the way in which the narrator feels brutalized when she's constantly observed by others. Moreover, these accounts recall a history of the dehumanization of the Black body, which the novel links to the empire's use of slaves as a commodity. This connection between Blackness and profit is not lost on Brown's narrator when she follows the incident of a man calling her the N-word with this comment, quote, I am what we've always been to the empire, pure fucking profit, a natural resource to exploit, denigrate, and exploit, end quote. The disparity between the narrator's internal dialogue and her external social behavior creates another stressor. The novel's reporting of aggressions against the narrator also helps the reader make the connection between racism and the protagonist's sense of apprehension. The narrative also demonstrates how this psychological state is not merely a transient emotion, but it is rather a chronic state of anxiety. The narrator speaks often of the sense of dread she feels daily, telling the reader, dread is, quote, weighing cold in my gut, winding up around my esophagus, seizing my throat. Dread, dread, dread. It's choking me, dread. I don't remember when I didn't feel like this, end quote. The nature of this dread is not just a general fear of failure, but seems anchored in the particular societal context the protagonist experiences. It indicates a heightened state of hypervigilance, often seen in individuals who have experienced traumatic stress or persistent microaggressions. The novel further links the narrator's deteriorating mental health to the broader context of colonialism and its effect on colonized peoples. Quoting Bell Hooks from Postmodern Blackness, the narrator says, quote, per Bell Hooks, we must engage decolonization as a critical practice if we are to have meaningful chances of survival, end quote. Bell Hooks' argument points to the struggles of decolonizing the mind, especially when few Black voices are included in the conversation. To this demand to engage decolonization as a method of understanding knowledge, the novel's response is to question the process altogether. The narrator asks, quote, how do we examine the legacy of colonization when the basic facts of its construction are disputed in the minds of its beneficiaries, end quote. Beneficiaries, of course, being the white, middle to upper middle classes communities of the colonizing power that have reaped most of the benefits of colonialism. The word dread also echoes the word dead, a fitting word given the narrator's circumstances, i.e. the fact that she is refusing treatment for cancer. Illness and cancer metaphors are woven into Brown's narrative in unexpected ways. For example, as we have seen, the book compares the feeling of dread to an alien, serpent-like thing that attacks the body from within, winding up around the body's organs or seizing the throat. This mimics a description of the cancer experience in pathographies, which are biographical writings that concentrate on illness and its effects. I have an example here. This is Anne Boyer's The Undying, which won the Pulitzer Prize in 2019. In this book, the experience of having breast cancer is described as a feeling of alienation from oneself, when you realize, quote, what is growing inside you is that which is born both yourself and not yourself, as yourself and a thing, end quote. Or cancer is, quote, feeling like a snake on the path in the doubled sunshine that turns out on close inspection to be a snake's discarded skin. The image there is from the book cover. Assembly builds on these cancer metaphors to create a focus on illness. A relevant context here are the disparities in healthcare that affect non-white communities in the UK and elsewhere. Studies show that women of color, for example, are more likely to be diagnosed with breast cancer at later stages, with inevitably higher death rates. Brown, however, approaches this reality from a different perspective when she writes a protagonist who can afford private healthcare. This status helps Brown complicate even further the novel's depiction of intersectional identity. The narrator's success gives us more than simple victimhood as a way of understanding intersectionality. Through her entry into the private healthcare sphere and into the luxurious private clinics, Brown writes success as access to spaces that would otherwise be inaccessible. However, the novel also demonstrates how gaining access to the upper layers of British society through wealth, marriage, or connections, i.e. not through birthright, comes with conditions. As the narrator's sarcastic description of what is expected of her at the boyfriend's parents' party goes, quote, I understand the function I'm here to perform. There's a promise of enfranchisement and belonging, yes, a narrative peak in the story of my social ascent, unquote. In other words, Brown writes the possibility of the narrator's transcendence into such spaces as fictional and as a performance, with clearly assigned roles for both the narrator and the family and guests. Rather than being part of the social group, she shows the narrator as merely serving the purpose of embodying the idea that the colonizers' values are or can be in line with modern times, helping them to maintain their place in the structure of empire. As she observes, the party will be, quote, reinforcing both their selfhood and its centrality to mine. They're nothing, not without a brutally enforced relativity, unquote. It is precisely this kind of meaningless social ascendance that the novel rejects. When Brown's narrator is given the cancer diagnosis, she sees the possibility of death, she tells us, as an opportunity to, quote, stop the endless ascent and to transcend, end quote. In one sense, this choice speaks to her empowerment as a person who is in charge of what happens to her body and mind. As she says, quote, and why must I convince this doctor or anyone? I've made up my own mind. I want to scream it. My life, my choice. And I've made it. I chose, end quote. And of the privilege afforded to her as a financially successful person, she writes, quote, I earned this coat and this doctor and this life, and now this choice, end quote. The novel has in fact spent a lot of time making the reader see how important such kind of affirmative, confident, and absolute agency is in light of the continuous exploitation of the Black body and mind by others. Any survival in the current circumstances the book suggests is entirely pointless. It is the book's ending that articulates clearly why the narrator refuses treatment for cancer, effectively committing suicide. The last few pages of the novel recount the morning before the garden party, when the narrator takes a walk in the grounds of the boyfriend's family estate. She looks at the gardens, the grounds and the estate from different viewpoints as she walks, noting, quote, the thumping nationalism of this place, end quote. While her boyfriend would probably say, all this beauty is free for everyone to see, she notes how inaccessible such places are to many, just as her own presence here comes with the various conditions the narrative has outlined previously. However, her critique of the history, politics, and power structures that brought the boyfriend's family to such abundant wealth is seen through the prism of the cancer diagnosis, During her surveillance of the grounds of the estate, the narrator offers the reader a memory of the doctor's explanation of how cancer spreads and how painful metastasis is. This is immediately followed by her observation that, quote, there's a basic physicality to the family's wealth. The house, these grounds, the staff, art, all things they can touch, inhabit, live on, unquote. Here the novel makes the connection between the metastasis of cancer in the body and the spread of inequality. The logical extension of this observation is that just as the spread of cancer is rooted in the disease's ability to take over the body, so are the upper classes empowered through their ownership of material things. In this context, then, the narrator's death from cancer is the alternative the novel offers to the meaningless ascent into spaces infested with power structures of oppression. The novel puts it most clearly in the final pages in the narrator's own assessment of her situation. She writes, a bit of a long quote, so put it up there. Quote, I'm not sure I understood that I could stop before this, that there was any alternative to survivable. But in my metastasis, I find possibility. I must engage the question seriously. Why live? Why subject myself further to their reductive gaze, to this crushing objecthood? Why endure my own dehumanization? Surviving makes me a participant in their narrative. Succeed or fail, my existence only reinforces this construct. I reject it. I reject these options. I reject this life. Yes, I understand the pain. The pain is transformational, transcendent, the undoing of construction, a return mercifully to dust, unquote. The novel suggests in this conclusion that there is an implied sacrifice of one's identity to fit into a mold crafted by dominant societal norms. As we have seen in Assembly, these norms become stressors, and in particular, strong pressure to assimilate in a society that continues to be constructed around inequalities of race, wealth, and gender. At the book's end, the way out the narrative proposes is an undoing of the current construction of intersectional identity, a disassembly. The narrator's unwillingness to survive cancer in Brown's novel, moreover, also superficially invites comparison with Audre Lorde's The Cancer Journals, the most influential of the cancer pathographies. Lorde's seminal book, a collection of journal entries and observations describing her own experience with breast cancer and mastectomy, amount to a treatise for survival after cancer. Lorde writes in the introduction, quote, I am a post-mastectomy woman who believes our feelings need voice in order to be recognized, respected, and of use. May all these words underline the possibilities of self-healing and the richness of living for all women, end quote. Lorde's book echoes a predominant trope in autobiographical writings about breast cancer and mastectomy, which is a focus on healing, acceptance, and self-transformation. Examples range from popular books, such as Caroline Lucas' Why I Wore Lipstick to My Mastectomy, to more literary accounts, such as Beth Everest's experimental poems in Silent Sister. As pathographies, these writings aim to validate the patient storyteller's perspective. In popular books, such as Lucas's memoir, the intention is clearly to empower the storyteller who, even as she's going through a life-changing operation, like mastectomy, is able to articulate her thoughts and feelings, eventually becoming a newly empowered advocate for women in similar situations. In more nuanced accounts of mastectomy, like those of Lorde and Everest, the experience also offers a new elevated language for self-expression. To stress this regeneration of language through the experience of disease, Lorde prefaces her opening remarks on how women transform silence into action in the Cancer Journals with a poem, while Everest turns the mastectomy scar into a poetic symbol, comparing it to, quote, a lumpy, knotted snake that contorts, contracts, pulls, puckers, bulges, unquote. Assembly, however, is not a pathography, given that it is fictional, nor does it suggest that cancer is an opportunity for positive self-transformation. In fact, as we have seen, the opposite happens. The book advocates for the painful death of the cancerous body, in order to stop the narrator's transformation into anything. For any kind of transcendence is seen as meaningless in a hostile, racist environment. Nevertheless, Assembly's likening of racism and inequality to untreated cancer opens up new ways of reading the political novel from a health humanities perspective. The health humanities approach to literature illuminates the importance of the intersections of different systems and stakeholders in healthcare, including patients. In a backdrop where studies show that health inequalities are underpinned by social structures of power, health humanities can bring much needed attention to discourses that affect healthcare practices globally, including intersectionality. And with a focus on equitable healthcare for all, it can help to initiate change. Brown's novel, however, turns all this on its head when it demonstrates that an erasure of Black identity happens when assimilation into white majority culture is the precondition for any kind of equity. To bring this point home, the novel, in a brief moment towards the end, breaks the barrier between the author and her fictional narrator to ask, quote, "How will our heroine transcend victimhood? My only tool of expression is the language of this place. Its bias and assumptions permeate all reason I could construct from it." Unquote. The author-narrator then tries the same method Lord employs in the cancer journals by embedding her own poem into the prose of Assembly. In the poem, the narrator experiments with language in an attempt to offer unpredictable word associations and images in order to describe the ideas of white and black. The experiment, however, leads to even more questioning, with the narrator observing, quote, "How can I use such a language to examine the society it reinforces, the society that conceived it, spoke it into existence, and fostered it to maturity?" Unquote. Of course, Brown's book does use the language of the empire, English, to interrogate the country's power structures and to illustrate how much of the country's wealth comes from colonialism, slavery, and the resulting inequality amongst its communities. Her political novel, the aptly named Assembly, suggests that racial and intersectional politics can be escaped, but only through an entirely transformational process, through different layers of history, knowledge, and society, a process that will be as painstaking and brutal as a death because of untreated cancer. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
the floor is open for questions. If you have a question, please, maybe important to know for those who were not here yesterday, step forward to the microphone because we're recording.
Hope I didn't depress you too much. No.
It's too low for me, it's too low for everyone. Thank you, that's really fascinating stuff. I want to ask you about the ending. I've become very interested in how a number of these contemporary critical novels end, and in academic critical responses to that. And, you know, you talked about the will to positivity in sort of popular culture surrounding cancer, but there's also something of a will to positivity I've observed in myself as well. I think maybe particularly in white scholarship on recent work by Black people and people of colour, wanting to find resistance, wanting to find overcoming, wanting to find hope. Now, I've certainly seen, I think I observe sort of some writers moving towards, the best one can hope for is survival. But Brown seems to take that one step further, as you've been discussing. And the end is, the best one can hope for is not to survive. I just wondered, it's difficult territory. Can you just say some more about that and about this kind of the closure that is not about hope? but about something else or a different kind of hope. It's difficult to articulate, but
yeah. Actually, I spend a lot of time thinking about that question, because that's what she says, that survival is not worth it in these circumstances, in these terms, and that any kind of reconstruction that perhaps critics would like to see has to happen in such a way that is kind of unrecognizable, and it would be as a completely new thing that it would be happening to someone as a death from cancer, right? So I think she puts that kind of positivity away in that way. She doesn't go for the positive message at all. And I spent a lot of time thinking what would make this more of a positive book about surviving in such a hostile environment for minority communities or communities that have been discriminated against. And I think it has to be a completely different book, because the thing that the element that is missing from this book is the idea of community and the power of community. She doesn't address that at all. We know very little about her family. We know very little about the people who support her. She mentions her sister at some point, and she says that she's going to leave all her money to her sister, and that would make her sister's life easier. But the sister doesn't come into it as a form of support, and so you can read this as the gap in the novel in a way, but also you can read it as the novel's refusal to bring anything in that would constitute a positive that would help towards a positive message, that would allow people to read this as a book that confronts you with very difficult questions, but in the end there is something there. I don't think there's anything there. I think that it's this idea that if the circumstances are the way they are, then there is no survival in this context. Does that answer your question? I don't know. To think about, yeah. Yeah.
I'm a bit worried. I've not read the book. Say that for a start. That worries me for a start. The issue of assimilation, can we look at it from a formal perspective? Does she do enough disruption of the traditional novel form to resist assimilation on that level?
Yeah, that's a good question. So in terms of form, the novel is quite interesting because it's very short. So, is it a novel or is it a novella? I suppose that's one question. The second question is the narrative is not continuous as such. The chapters are very short. There are huge gaps in. I don't know if anybody has a copy of the book. I should have brought one. But there are many gaps in the text, and they come at very interesting moments because often they come in very unexpected moments. It's not necessarily a moment where you have to pause and think about what was just said to you in a didactic way, but they come in very odd moments. There is the poem that is embedded in the prose. So in some way, she is disrupting the traditional kind of form of the novel, and therefore, I suppose you can read into that an attempt to disrupt assimilation into the novel tradition, I suppose. But then what comes out of that at the end, as I was saying, is that it's this idea that whatever she tries doesn't seem to work as well. She breaks that barrier between the narrator and the author at the end to say, what should our heroine do next? As if she's saying, do you have any ideas? And then she comes back again to say, well, no, that's it. There's nothing else to be done. Yeah.
Just what puzzles me is that last sentence here. A return turn mercifully to dust.
Yeah.
It has a Christian undertext. So it might be argued that against the text, the novel is assimilated into a Christian globalized world. First thing, and the second thing, I would like to just step out the rarefied ether of literary criticism and offer some personal experience. I was a direct witness of a death of a breast cancer, and to put it succinctly, it's all bullshit. You are confronted with something akin of what Agamben calls a nude life. Just that.
So you think she's not representing the experience of dying from cancer in a way? Oh, okay. Yeah. 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 I mean, you can read this book without thinking about cancer very much. I mean, I'm thinking about it because that's what I'm interested in. So, you know, and I've been reading about breast cancer narratives. I've read quite a few pathographies, and I'm finding all the different elements in the book that come from that tradition. So I was very interested in that. So obviously, I suppose the book is in conversation with that tradition as well. But you don't have to concentrate on cancer. I mean, it's also a book about intersectionality and racism and, you know, social issues, etc. So you can leave the cancer out if you want. Just to say that this is not the final sentence of the book. This is it is towards the end, so page 95. So it's very much towards the end. But the final moment in the book is a very interesting moment, because at this point the narrator is sitting on a hill just overlooking the house of the boyfriend's family, and the boyfriend is coming up to her, and he has champagne. He's got 2 glasses, and he says, "Oh, you know, I've got this. Just have a drink." And he says, he turns around and says to her, "You know what? You know, let's get married." And you as the reader, you know how stupid that proposition is. How you know that she, of course, probably she wouldn't go for it. And she turns the narrative starts to look at the situation from his perspective. And there's like a little description of him looking at her. And the final comment of the book is, suddenly he looks so uncertain. And the moment, that's the final word of the book, uncertain. And I think what I read into that is that's what that narrative did for me. It created quite a lot of uncertainty around certain issues, perhaps that issue about positivity within the cancer narrative, but also within narratives about, you know, the Black experience and how that fits with, you know, wider context, etc. So that for me, that final word was, perhaps this is what the book has done. It's created quite a lot of uncertainty around certain ideas. Oh, you have the book. Excellent. Now you're going to say that's not the last word. Actually.
No, it is uncertain. No, I wanted to thank you for making me read this book. What struck me actually was, well, what you said answering Sarah's comment, how much lacking of community there was. And so how much individualistic in a certain way her refusal is. And for us, it means also a kind of refusal of the politics. I mean, there is no political answer, there is no we. It struck me then the pronoun we stays blank. There is no we as a couple in love, as you said, the last scene. And then at what point she say, she writes, "We said we," speaking of her couple, but it's like to show how empty this is. And there is no political we neither. So there's no new assembly. So it's kind of an individual refusal. And what does it mean for politics, actually?
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. And I think it's kind of quite frustrating in a way, because I don't know. I mean, when I was reading it, I was expecting some sort of moment where she'll talk about the sense of community. Either, I mean, didn't necessarily have to be her family, or, you know, even other people who experienced similar, you know, maybe cancer or whatever. That didn't come into it in any way. And I think it's because the narrative is making it completely irrelevant to the story, or is trying to make it irrelevant to the story. Additionally, the narrator it seems to me, felt a lot of kind of detachment from everything, you know. Like there are a lot of moments in the book where, you know, she's having this, what are meant to be intimate moments with her boyfriend, but her internal dialogue is very different from what it's happening at that point, you know, like a romantic, you know, get together with the boyfriend from an outside perspective, it looks like a nice moment perhaps, but within, you know, her internal dialogue is more like, you know, I don't feel good, I feel dread, I feel, you know, I need to get out of the situation, you know, what is the point of this, why am I ascending into these spaces, you know, is one of the questions that keeps coming back and back. And also the idea of death is very much, it's absolutely within the narrative from the beginning. The word dread, as I said, I think echoes the word dead. And even towards the beginning, there's a moment where she describes an incident where a male colleague basically jumps on her and tries to kiss her at the end of a party at work. And obviously it's a sexual assault. And the way the narrative describes that, if you remember, she imagines herself like she's lying like this, and it's of course reminiscent of the dead body, you know. So the idea of death is there all the time, and you can't escape that possibility. That I suppose the novel is putting that to you, that's also a way to go. Did you want to?
I have a lot of questions.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
So thank you so much, Polina. So our next speaker is MARINA ŠTIMEC. She is an associate professor in the Department of Modern and Contemporary Croatian Literature at the University of Zagreb and has directed over the past 5 years the Literary Revolutions project that was funded by the Croatian Science Foundation. She works on the formation of the literary canon, theories of authorship, culture, memory and identity, modernism and the avant-garde, and also on post-colonial theory. Marina has a book in Croatian on, so the English title would be Inventing the Literary Nation, Canon Formation in 19th Century Croatian Literary Periodicals. It was published in 2008, and she also has a monograph from 2019, also in Croatian, on the politics of authorship. Yep. Her paper today is titled, okay, I'm trying my best, Perché, bestie, Politics, Race and Exclusions in Vladan Desnica's The Winter-Summer Holiday. Getting started as soon as we have the PowerPoint, which is now.
So, why are they beasts? So it's a question from the novel, dealing with the politics, race, and exclusion. It's a novel on Croatian, and as far as I know, it's not translated. So I gave some kind of translation here. I hope that you will be able to see it. Just to make little bit clear what I would like to say here or discuss here. So when we put our theme in the political space, or perhaps in contemporary political slogans affirming equality in diversity, as we know it's European Union slogan that explain the foundations of political relations realized in different ways throughout the history. We can see that some in these previous periods, some of different countries and different societies make it different ways, and this novel takes us to 1950s. In the period of Socialistic Federative Republic of Yugoslavia, that after World War II proclaimed egalitarian and freedom-loving ideas in the states of, as they call it, brotherhood and unity. that was state based on the ideas of self-governing socialism and imagined equality of classes, nations, regions, races, and genders. In 1950s, after the historic Tito's no to Stalin, the existing resistance to Western style imperialism was complemented by an equal resistance to Big Brother imperialism in the East. Respect for diversity and the policy of peaceful coexistence thus became a stated principle underlying the existing idea of integration and equality in existing society. Here is worth noting that this narrative was soon extended and perpetuated to the broader framework of the non-alignment movement, in which the Yugoslavia participated as one of its most important actors. However, the difference between principles thus declared, which represent a kind of optimal projection of the ideal order, and the everyday life of a society burdened by differences and exclusion, appears as a more or less explicit topic in a number of literary works published there. From this novel, Zimsko ljetovanje, or A Summer Holiday in Wintertime by Vladan Desnica, to the, let's say, play a performance of Hamlet in the village of Marduša Donja by Ivo Brešan. Inner and outer identity politics, then, is the starting point and framework for raising fundamental questions of the political, in which, in Ranciere's terms, relate to issues of public speech, visibility and the invisible in the public space. This political element of literature could be understood as a way to shake the perceptual order that underlies traditional hierarchies by, as he says, intervening in the parcelling of space and time, place and identity, language and sound, the visible and the invisible, which is the arena of political. And that's something that we will talk about here. This novel, Zimsko ljetovanje by Vladan Desnica, intervenes in political and public space and its visibilities, apparently using a concrete historical framework, the Second World War, from the surrender of fascist Italy and the bombing of Zadar by the Allies in the fall of 1943 to the spring of 1944. However, this frame, as well as the appearance of Italian fascists, techniques, or partisans, is just a frame for a drama that is at its very center in the plot and concerns a conflict of mentalities and the dynamics and consequences of the creation of this inequality between two groups. One group is a group of refugees, citizens of so-called civilized Zadar, destroyed by Allied bombs, and the other group is a group of hosts who offered them a roof over their heads and food, and these are peasants from neighboring Ravni Kotari region. The arrival to that Ravni Kotari, to the countryside, brings many stereotypes that those civilized citizens who represent themselves as a white race bring in their own eyes. They dislike of the peasants who represent for them a different class, different religion, and a different ethnic group, and also different race, and they express it with a racist vocabulary, you can say that. They said, the narrator said, the refugees immersed themselves in the village and gradually became familiar with it. Their previous impressions of the peasants' misery, their craftiness, their willingness to exploit the misery of others were confirmed. Even more, it turned out that the peasants were in fact very limited, and they grinned like blacks to everything. That seemingly detached and objective narrators uses the characters of the citizens as a focalizers to show with subtle irony the grotesque extent of their perceptions. At the very beginning, focalization is foregrounded through the perspective of two characters, Lisetta and Ernesto Donner, a married couple who will experience a personal tragedy in the village at the end of the novel. Their view of the village is gradually characterized, despite the narrator's verism, realism, and aloofness. In the first pages of the novel, the narrator emphasizes that the village is terra incognita for the inhabitants, a place without meaning, from which they are separated, they said, as by the Great Wall of China or a belt of wasteland that is not 15 but 1,000 kilometers wide. The exotization of the place and its inhabitants is also evident in Lisetta's naive perception. For her, the village is an inexhaustible source of chickens, turkeys, hams, and wine, where before Easter the sheep work hard to raise enough lambs and the chickens to lay enough eggs. So she's totally in the stereotypes of nature and native land, and these stereotypes includes a picture of abundance of food, depicted as a mosaic of green meadow with poppies and a stream in the middle, quite fitting for a perception based on cliches. Everything is abundant, but above all, milk. In her perception, milk gushed inexhaustibly, bubbling and squeezing as in the bosom of freshly baked mother, flowing in streams and rivers, unmeasured and unstoppable, pouring into milking pails, bowls, buckets, and its flow could never be dammed nor regulated. But as we know, that picture of abundance is also connected to the other side of the coin, also that follows logic of imperialist imagination. The villagers, from that perspective, are portrayed as perfidious and cunning, and they always had dirty hands. They are rather stupid. They blow out their noses with their fingers and have to be shouted at loudly because they are somehow deaf from the dirt of their ears. They live miserably, but that is their own fault, for they are completely clumsy and shiftless. But still, they let go out of their way to cheat the citizens at every opportunity. The worst thing in the village are the snakes, perfidious as their master's peasants. So you should be besides that, you should also be aware of mosquitoes, which appear in huge swarms in the summer, and from which you can catch malaria, just as you can catch one if you had your own feet wet. This humor of these sentences that narrator shares with us is added to another perspective of her husband, Ernesto. And the narrator says Ernesto's perceptions of the village was more realistic and complete. That means actually only that the horizon of his stereotypes includes economic relations in the village, and that reality and that completeness actually finish the bizarreness of their own joint prejudice. Ernesto distinguishes between common peasants and tribe chieftains, equally convinced that the peasants are masters of feigning and haggling, that the former are ignorant and backward, and the latter are too cunning and sly. But all of them, both primitive and corrupt, conceal good and authentic things from the eyes of the white man, such as a small barrel of genuine unadulterated domestic wine. Later, when the citizens begin their life of refugees at the village of their winter-summer holiday, their perspective will not change essentially. The identification of this village with the primitivism of Aboriginal cultures, they said exactly as that, is repeated several times. For example, at the moment when the Chetniks came with their leader Dule to force the population together and to swear on oath. They said, and I quote, "It seems to them as if they were attending a ritual ceremony of redskins." So the inhabitants of Zadar also participate to this ceremony, just as they had previously participated in fascist marches on the streets of their own town. They said out of inertia, fear, and ignorance, but also out of distance and indignation as these things which they see as emanating from the village. Previous critics of the novel have pointed out the importance of identity politics in the novel, which operates with a broad range of collective identities. They are ethnic, religious, linguistic, political, and social cultural. However, these differences between two groups, citizens and villagers, whether linguistic, religious, ethnic, or social, reveal the mechanisms of creating differences and hegemony based on the evaluation of those differences. I marked two ways that Desnica highlights them. Both are considered practice of naming as a symbolic process of marking space, people, and animals. So we can see two examples for this. One is naming of village, and the other is naming and renaming of children and animals. The village in which the citizens arrive functions as heterotopia, a parallel space which has its own laws and space that is unrealistically some kind of mirror of the focalizer's original actual world. In the novel, both the citizens and the members of the Italian fascist authorities see the village and the villagers as an empty denotator, the white sheet without history, which should be written with proper names. So they try to translate the name of the village, Smiljevci, to Italian. And then this name first becomes Borgo Mirtillo, which turned out to be a mistranslation, since Borgo Mirtillo means blueberry in Italian, and not immortel as Croatian word Smiljan. Then they again tried mistakenly to translate it to Timeto, time, and finally they reach proper word Nafalio. This ignorant and persistent renaming is a part of appropriation of space used by new fascist authorities they are testing a ground for maintaining public order and disciplinizing their subjects, and support the deeply rooted stereotypes on which they will build their own colonial claims. So their federale, the leader of their authority, came to the village to search for the hidden history and for Oriental traces. Professor Bogdani, a local intellectual who is part of his entourage, explains that the Turks left behind in these regions a multitude of Turkish words, expressions, and customs, as well as the custom of planting poplars, as he says, reminiscent of Turkish minarets, so that during their campaigns, in the absence of minarets, the Turks called to prayer from the platform made in the branches of poplars. This information, which Bogdani says has not yet been recorded in the scholarship, aroused the great interest of the Federale because he loved living history that is clear and tangible, and not misty and hazy, as the history of this region seems to him. Before this history and among this yellow population with swollen spleens, still eating with wooden spoons and staring indifferently at a passing car, among the women with their Samoyedic low foreheads, sitting in front of their houses and scratching lies of each other, his enlightened and colonizing mission under the guise of military domination is juxtaposed with the nonsense of his own aspirations. And he said, I don't understand at all what we are doing here. Why are we going around the world trying to make people and nations happy against their own will, instead of sitting at home healing our own wounds and hardship? It is we who are building good roads through the wilderness of others in Europe and on the edge of Africa, as we were an asphalting company. So Desnica uses mechanisms of colonization in space and the name of Morlock as a metonymy for exclusion of the whole territory, which comes from the 19th century and the important travelogue of Alberto Forti's Viaggio in Dalmatia, Journey to Dalmatia. His experiences, impressions, and views of the noble and savage Morlocks contain a number of Western-style stereotypes about the noble and savage Slavic population living in the mountainous regions of the Eastern Adriatic. Fortis depicts them as noble savages and writes down a Morlock ballad, Hasanaginica, as the mourning song of the noble woman of Hasanaga, which was soon translated from Italian into other languages, into German by Goethe, by Pushkin, by Varme, to the all European languages. And from this text, Herder takes the distinction between Morlocks, the modern barbarians, and their Ottoman neighbors, dangerous and savage people from even deeper depths of Balkans. So that's one point of Morlachia. This other point of hegemonic renaming is renaming of children and animals, individuals and groups. It's seen in the, when we discuss two characters. One is little girl Mafalda, and the other is animal is pig, Migud. So, to further illustrate this process of exclusion and hegemonic power relations, Desnica confronts us with these children, these figures of children and animals. Mafalda is a few months old girl brought from Zadar by her parents, and the pig Migud is a local mascot, a privileged member of the village community. And finally, besides two of them, is third character, mentally disabled boy. He calls him the feeble-minded Bepica. Mafalda, the daughter of the owner family, the first two characters that I called at the beginning, Carlo and Lisetta, she was brought to the country, and at this moment, entering to the country, she was given a new prosaic name. This is quote. Since they have been here in the countryside, they have called her by a nickname her father gave her out of affection when they lived in Zadar, Špižmica. They saved the name Mafalda for better times. It was not appropriate for such a name to drag its purple skirt over the dust of the village. End of quote. With a telling semantic shift, Desnica describes this renaming, namely losing one's own name and receiving a nickname, as a demotion or at least a lowering of the code. Then, in the 9th chapter, he applies a reverse procedure to the figure of her murder, the pig Migud, the main figure in Ichan's household. As we can already read in the first sentence of the chapter, the process of naming is completely self-consciousness, authorial self-consciousness. The process of naming an animal here has the meaning of personalization, of becoming a personality. A pig does not usually have a proper name, and this is a good thing. For the name establishes a certain closeness between animal and human being. By name, an animal is lifted out of the rank of a nameless animal being, strives to become equal footing with a human being, receives its special face, its personal history. We know its inclinations, its nature, its habits, remember its experiences. It becomes our company, we are connected by the hours we have passed together. In short, it becomes person. Nothing yet, to be sure, an irrational, unconscious person, but a person. As a kind of refrain of this first sentence, he later repeats, and it is good that the pig has no name. Yes, it is good that the pig is nameless, but at that time, each pig had a name. The naming reveals everything that namelessness seeks to overcome. First and foremost, an emotional relationship that develops over time. A human being easily, as he said, easily becomes attached to a pig, like any other animal. So human can see a spark of genuine human sorrow smugglers at the bottom of a pig's eye, perhaps. Or when you can eat, you can notice that somehow you can notice a pure human eyelash in a jelly-like mass of aspic that you eat with relish. So when you see that, it is able to loosen up a fork in your hand. By naming, pig enters in the space where human being established as emotional and cognitive space and connection. This influence judgment and behavior. Migud, as a main character in each household, a monument of the porcine genius, is given a privileged position by naming not only in his own yard, but also in the village community, which is now extended to include the citizens. The naming of animals and the renaming of children in the heterotopic space of relocated village, whose Italian name also phonetically reflects the Italian version of girl's name, Mafalda, refers to problematic social practices. The bestialization of other is a part of strategies underlying hegemonic relations in different societies. All hierarchies are based on, as Said, we know, says, domination of perfection over imperfection, or force over weakness, eminent or true, eminent virtue over vice, as Susan Venn said. Thus, the body must be subject to the soul, slaves to their masters, women to their men. According to Said, the Orientalistic conception of primitive men includes separation, dumb indifference, female penetrability, and negligent suggestibility. Oriental man is a passive, he seeks Western attention, even salvation from the West, and it's associated with the marginalized groups of Western society, women, the insane, the poor, and children. We all have, all of them we have here. Finally, the narrator cedes such a logic to a dialogue between embittered citizens and the disabled Bepica, who tries to understand these differences, these renaming practices, and these statues that villagers have in the eyes of citizens. After hearing the adults describing peasants as mere animals, he had to ask that question that I have at the beginning, at the title of my presentation. He asked them why they are beasts. Perché c'è bestie? Asked feeble-minded Bepica in childishly interested manner, tugging at his father's sleeve. Ma papà, ma perché c'è bestie? And Mr. Carlo, otherwise reasonable and balanced, responds in scholarly fashion, again in Italian. It's important that these important quotations and these final remarks are given in Italian, not in Croatian. And Mr. Carlo responds, perché così Dio l'ha creato. Because God made them so. Mr. Carlo replies in an even tone of his deep voice. The steadiness of his deep voice is offered here as the last link in the civic ignorant senselessness and actually idiotic relationship towards the peasants as their own otherness. It is significant then is his response to feeble-minded Bepica. Mr. Carlo pronounced Dio, God in Italian, as idiot, which defines the whole situation as the authorial ironic response to any possibility of universalization of differences and legitimization of hierarchies underlying those differences. Ernesto, the father of killed girl and the character who focalized the whole array of colonizing points of view of the citizens at the beginning of the novel, speaks up as an answer to this in a revolt and provides an additional response and a kind of final judgment on the circumstances that caused the tragedy. His words indicate both his criticism and his personal tragic turnabout. With them, he also emphasizes the main point of the final chapter and the overall ending of the novel. Therefore, he responds to Carlo and Nada with bitter sigh. Ah, sto vostro Dio. Oh, this God of yours, this God of yours. He links with this all previous images of personal and collective ignorance in the flight from its own responsibility and participation in the suffering of others. Moreover, he also reflects on social production of these circumstances in a protest that emphasizes that one's own responsibility for the tragedy is passed over with silence. The authorial gesture also points to the possibility of twisting and subverting hegemonic patterns of separations in any given historical period. So we can see that Vladan Desnica's authorial interest in this book could be translated to our time and our perception here as an endeavor to expose various forms of subjection and the production of hegemonic relations. In this view, in his own view, colonial discourse and race are obviously the most pronounced form of such politics. He uses them as a metaphor for production of inequalities. Accordingly, the emancipatory interventions he invokes in his novel are broad and inclusive. For this reason, the novel functions behind the boundaries of the focus on the loose borders of Morlock population. The concepts to which he directs his interests are quite basic, human, anthropological, in the sense of a modernist interest in the mechanisms of community functioning, its disputes, injustices, and illogics, of finding the new forms of expression, language, and emancipation that are at once revolutionary and integrative. So finally, we can see that this contribution of Vladan Desnica is not only based on the exploring the content, but also the form of the novel. If we speak of a political fiction as innovation, at least a self-conscious consciousness use of a standard narrative, conventions in dealing with political material, as Michael Wilding defines it, I must mention here that it was also an important aspect of this novel's reception. Public ideological critics rejected the novel, not only for its handling of political and social content, but also for its abuse of the publicly proclaimed realistic form favored in the poetics of social realism. Here, his objective narrative style, his seemingly detached and objective narrator, focusing on the citizens to show with irony the grotesque extent of their perceptions, was understood as a brutal and a cynical attack on the optimistic perception of new order. Political and aesthetic subversion thus operates simultaneously here through the misuse of proclaimed aesthetic codes and the deliberate evasion of the almost inevitable theme of the era, the people's struggle for liberation, and the completely detached portrayal of the protagonists and their processes of ideological exclusion and the production of order. In the period of proclaimed equality, a novel about politics of hegemony was perceived as a political attack on the official communist policy, which resulted in the author's inability to participate in public life for 4 years. Thus, the novel, whose poetic choice and theme explicitly refused to engage in the predictable political questions, became one of the loudest political provocations. Together with the author's novellas and his notes on art published in Krugovi, this novel speaks sparked an important public discussion about art and freedom, truth, sincerity, literariness, and life, justice, and law, fundamental for political thought. Given its profound intervention in the aesthetic and social spheres, and its allegorical potential to profoundly shake the public sphere in the 1950s, I believe it is still more than relevant today, even beyond the topic of our conference and our project. Thank you.
The floor is open for questions, comments, responses.
Yeah, thank you for that. You presented us with some difficult material. I guess I'm probably not the only person in the room. I felt physically sick in response to some of the stuff that appeared on the screen. Clearly a novel that's dealing with wide-ranging, profound racism and other kinds of bigotry. I haven't read it. I would be really interested in your take. You somewhat presented it as if it completely resolved the problems it presented, which would be a very remarkable achievement for a novel written by this person at that time. Would you stand by that this perfectly resolves the issues of bigotry that are presented in it? Or is there a case for saying that some things might be being also reproduced, even while there is a clear impetus to look for change? Just be interested in your take on that.
Sure that I understood correctly. You asked me if does the author reproduce some of
yes,
the...
does Desnica perfectly succeed with the emancipatory impulse in overcoming racism and bigotry with his narrative? Or are there some senses, perhaps, in which the narrative reproduces some of the things that the author is struggling with?
Well, we can also maybe try to think about it, but I think his own aesthetic and political impact in its own time and the potential the text has today also is bigger than that. So I personally, I'm not now, I think that this is such a huge thing for him to do this that we could, of course, it will be maybe indicative to read it otherwise, but I think it's first important to see what he has done.
I assume like the novel does not solve anything because that's the main problem of the novel. It's like the form, it's a veristic discourse. It's naturalistic depiction without the narrator, as far as I remember, intervening in this discourse. It's just plain presentation of how they spoke and related to each other without any intervention by the narrator, explanation or anything. That was
besides irony, besides
irony, which is, you know, difficult. Obviously, evidently, it was difficult to, you know, like value from the perspective of regime critics. So that was the problem, which is what you spoke about at the end, negative reviews. So I think the main question is, or it cannot be answered because it's not plain to see in the form of the novel if there is a stance. It's just, you know, like naturalistic depiction, I would say, or veristic, or yeah.
It's a bit perspective dependable, but I wouldn't say it's without a stance. I would say it's with a fine ironic stance that uncovers that the relations going on. And in that sense, I would say it's even more political than if there was a resolution, because then it would slip into kind of didactical novel that tells us something. This novel just uncovers the mechanisms that are going on permanently, not just in that historical space and time, but generally. of course, focusing on that. But what is the problem with that fine irony and these fine modernistic strategies? The same problem that the critics had at that time, not detecting the fine irony and the political potential of that novel, repeats unfortunately these days as well, because of apparently even our students of literature are more calibrated on overtly didactical novels that just tell them what's right and what's wrong, and not operate with fine irony and fine deconstruction of the relations. So I had experience of my students not realizing the focalization and the fine irony of focalization, but understanding the narrative as if the narrator claims that the peasants in the hinterland are these descriptions and so on and so on. But that's the problem, I'm afraid, of the reception, not of the text itself, which of course generates numerous problems. But I would say Desnica's narrative has a fine ironical stance that perfectly operates with the matter here.
Difference between the author and the texts. One thing, and the second thing, well, I don't think the issue for Desnica was race. He was engaging in a dialogue with a literary and political tradition. And we all think that all he read and all tradition he's engaging with is Italian. No, he was engaging here with Balzac, the peasants, and his ironic stance is resemblant of Flaubert's, of Madame Bovary. And then he criticizes Italian culture because the dialogues are, as you mentioned, in Veneto, not in Italian. So this reading is absolutely new. And I will add just a footnote to your renaming. I'm certain that you know that the name Mafalda is very marked because it's the name of the daughter of Vittorio Emanuele, of Italian king, which was interned in concentration camp. So I think the thing is much more, is richer and much more interesting.
Yeah, there are many layers. Thank you. There are many layers of the text. I could not bring them all. I'm not sure if it is possible to bring them all in analysis like this. But and thank you for this. I will surely put it in my text when written. But I'm not sure what you think about when you said that we are confusing author and text, because here we have a clearly distinct perspective. One is character, all character that is obviously problematic. The other is narrator, who is trying to pose, who is demonstrating a pose. He's acting a pose of a person who is not engaged in this. He is as if he is objective and detached from this. But it's clearly seen that it's some of that is ironic. His pose is has function to make us these situations and these focuses much more grotesque than they should be if that position of narrator is not made like that. And the third instance is authorial, or we can see in Foucault-Barthes sense, text, logic. Authorial perception, or is all that. It's a perception of the way the text functions in its own ways, and we are here to interpret this, to see and interpret what is the authorial position in that. These are different layers of the text, and we must all them have in mind when we speak about this. And also we know when we speak about authorial position, it's not only what it's made of text, it's also what Desnica wrote about this, what he stated about this text, what he responded to these critics, making its own text and its own engagement in public space much more explicated and elaborated. That's authorial position. It's not author in the text, it's author dealing with text. Yes, please.
One more question.
Respond to that very quickly. So I don't think you were confusing author and text. I think the point is, I mean, one may be in kind of death of the author territory here, which certainly feminist theory and other kinds of theories have gone past to insist that authors are embodied. You know, this is an embodied author who inhabits a body in a particular time and a particular space. And this inflects the author's creation of narrators and aesthetic forms and, you know, all the other kinds of things we're dealing with. And I just want to add to that, and I know we all know this already, but we are also, and this point has been made before, and better than I'm going to make it, we're embodied critics. We are, you know, I'm responding in this body, in this place, and in this time to what you're doing. And I think it's really important that we make that part of our discussions as well.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, very, very quick. You have 2 minutes.
Because what Sarah said, I mean, one of these quotes, yes, was presenting this perspective when all the peasants, yes, were living, you know, covered with dust, with substances here, in touch with pigs, animals, and so on, right? So it makes me think that maybe one of the perspectives to rethink, yes, after reading this book, and the political question as well, yes, is that these peasants were treated like a subject called individual subjects. I mean, those who are not individual, yes, because modern subjects are individual, yes, insulated, yes, for any real touch, yes, with the outside world, right? But if you define yourself as an individual, it means that you are porous, right? And that you touch substances, they are part of you, right? And then, yes, and then you and then you have to rethink, yes, politically as well, yes. Why do you reject them? You reject them because they are individual, yes. And you prevent yourself from thinking about yourself, yes, as individual, right? So this is the challenge. Yes? This is the challenge. I think. I don't know if you agree. Yes, but this is also this bodily.
To the noon panel, we only have one presentation. The title of the panel is "The Political Novel and Political Readings of the Novel: A Feminist Perspective." The speaker will be MIRELA, who is a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Zagreb in the framework of the Cartography of the Political Novel project. And she works on feminist literary theory, deconstruction, psychoanalysis, theories of the avant-garde and contemporary creation literature. Her dissertation, which was called The Contribution of the Avant-Garde to Feminist Theory, and which she defended earlier this year, examined the status of the avant-garde and modernist literature in feminist literary theory and the influence of avant-garde and modernist literature on feminist conceptualizations of literary revolutions. A journal article related to that in Croatian is titled in English, Who Inherits Women's Writing on the Croatian Reception of French Feminist Theory. It appeared this year. Yeah, you're right. And she has also published on the political implications of Miroslav Krleža's journey to Russia. And her presentation today is called What is Novel in the Political Novel? The Perspectives of Contemporary Feminist Theory.
I have to put the subtitle in the presentation, but it's okay. You will see from the content. Okay. So in this paper, I wanted to provide some insight into the question whether there is a difference between the supposed genre of the political novel and the corpus of novels that are read as political from the perspective of feminist literary theory. I am therefore interested in two ways of articulating the relationship between literature and politics. One is the topic of our conference defining the genre of the political novel, and the other is the status of feminist reading as a site of politicization of literature, or rather of the novel in our framework. By feminist politicization, I mean a specific insight into the political aspects or potentials of literary texts that become visible through a feminist lens. These questions here concern me primarily in theoretical and methodological terms, so the title of this conference could here also be expanded to include some other questions. For example, how can the genre of the political novel be defined from the perspective of feminist theory and criticism? And in this sense, what could be claimed as political in the political novel? And finally, to take up a bit ungrammatical word play from the title of my paper, what novelty could this corpus bring to contemporary theory, feminist theory and criticism? I would like to begin the discussion with a text I consider one of the most brilliant feminist readings published in the early phase of the disciplinary, or rather interdisciplinary formation of the field that is often synonymously referred to as feminist criticism or feminist literary criticism, feminist literary theory, and so on. The text, mostly known for its subtitle, Shoshana Feldman's Women and Men as the Critical Fallacy, was published in 1975 in the journal Diacritics as the opening review of the issue that addressed the current state of contemporary feminist thought in the humanities and in literary studies in particular. This review refers to 3 books from different disciplines: psychology, psychoanalysis, philosophy, and literary studies, and books are loosely connected with the problem of madness. As Feldman shows, the problem posed by the perspective of Lucy Irigarei's Speculum of the Other Woman, which is one of the books discussed in Feldman's text, also seems relevant in the literary field. Irigarei's analysis of Western philosophy recognizes a latent design to exclude the woman from the production of speech, since the women and the other as such are philosophically subjugated to the logical principle of identity, identity being conceived as a solely masculine sameness, apprehended as male self-presence and consciousness to itself. As Feldman argues, this design is repeated in the literary institution as a theoretical blindness to the woman's actual difference, as in her words. The author addresses this problem in the central part of the review, which is devoted to a literary text, Balzac's story Adieu, which is translated into English as Farewell, which is first published in 1830 and then included in philosophical studies in the Human Harmony. The story consists of 3 parts, which Feldman refers to as the discovery of the mad woman in the mysterious domain, and the war scene and the scene of the cure. And for easier understanding of her argument, I can read a bit shortened version of Feldman's summary of this story. I couldn't do it better than her, so this will be a longer quote. So the first part describes the mysterious domain into which have wandered 2 lost hunters. Anxious to find out where they are, they turn to 2 women, but their questions meet only silence. One of the women turns out to be a deaf mute, and the other an aphasic mad woman whose entire vocabulary consists of the word adieu. On hearing this word, Philip faints, one of the hunters, recognizing in the mad woman his former mistress, who had accompanied him to Russia during the Napoleonic Wars, but whom he has not seen again since their separation on the banks of the Berezina River, and whose trace he has ever since been unable to recover. The second part is a flashback to the war episode. Among the collapsing masses of the retreating French army, Stephanie and Philippe are fighting against unbearable cold, inhuman exhaustion, and debilitating hunger. And Philippe heroically shields Stephanie in the hope of crossing the river and of thus reaching and having her reach the safety of the other side, free from the Russian threat. But when it turns out that only 2 places left on the life raft, Philippe leaves them to Stephanie and her husband, sacrificing himself for the latter. The Count, however, never reaches the other side. In a violent jolt during the crossing, he is swept overboard and killed. Stephanie cries out to Philippe, adieu. It is to be her last lucid word before she loses her reason. For 2 years thereafter, she continues to be dragged along by the army, and she is discovered one day after the end of the war by her uncle, an elderly doctor, who takes her in and sees to her needs. The third part describes the combined efforts of the 2 men, the doctor having been joined by Philippe, to save and cure Stephanie. Stephanie, on seeing Philippe, fails to recognize him. Her continuous repetition of the word adieu implies no understanding and bears no relation to conscious memory. Philippe still hopes that Stephanie will someday recognize him, and driven to despair by the long wait, he decides to hasten Stephanie's recognition of him by subjecting her to a psychodrama designed to restore her memory. He artificially creates a replica of the scene at the Berezina River, using peasant disguise as a soldier, and he reconstructs and replays before the mad woman's eyes the exact scene of their wartime separation. Stephanie is thus indeed cured. Overwhelmed, she recognizes Philippe, smiles to him, repeats once again adieu, but at that very instant, she dies. So this is the short summary of the story. And in the text I mentioned, Feldman showed that the dominant reception of the story actually repeated the pattern Irigaray criticizes in the Speculum of the Other Woman. What is privileged in influential readings of the story is the historical narrative and the representation of war, and what is neglected and even excluded from the critic's view are both madness and women. As Feldman objects, viewed through the eyes of the academic critics, Adieu becomes a story about the suffering of men in which the real protagonists are none but the soldiers of the Grand Army. Feldman draws general conclusions from this. This critical oversight, which appears as a systematic blindness to significant facts, functions as a censorship mechanism, as a symbolic eradication of women from the world of literature. However, as Feldman argues, this omission affects not only thematic elements of the story, but more importantly, reflection of on the literary matter and its critical potential itself. Because Balzac is praised primarily for his realist depiction of war, Feldman uncovers the theoretical background of the critical concepts such as Balzac realism, and explicitly subjects it to feminist interrogation, and she offers a rereading and reinterpretation of Balzac's story. So implicit questions are, can we call Balzac's story political because it offers the canonical account of war? As Feldman shows, it goes much further. What it brings into question is the very nature of literary representation and the possibilities of its reading. In contrast to prevailing interpretations of the story, Feldman attempts to show how the text reveals, unravels, and brings to trial the crucial antagonists of the plot, not men fighting in the war, but the opposition between reason and madness, which is analogous to the dichotomy of speech and silence, and of course to the gender pair. Reason and speech are on the side of the masculine, silence and madness on the side of the feminine, but at least for a while, as her reading shows. Indeed, this economy is very similar to the encounter between the text and the reader. The problem that reveals itself inside the text suddenly involves the outside. I'm quoting her insight. With respect to the woman's madness, man's reason reacts by trying to appropriate it. In the first place, by claiming to understand it, treating it as an object which can be known and possessed. However, the feminine protagonist resists this intention, since her madness causes the dislocation of any transitive communicative language, of property as such, of any correspondence or transparency joining names to things, the blind opacity of a lost signifier unmatched by any signified, the pure recurrent difference of a word detached from both its meaning and its context. To bring her back to her senses through the theatrical representation of the adieu scene means that Stephanie dies at the moment of recognition. Feldman therefore concludes, when transparency and meaning, reason and representation are regained, when madness ends, so does the text itself. Literature in this way seems to indicate its impuissance to dominate or to recuperate the madness of the signifier from which it speaks, its radical incapacity to master its signifying repetition, to tame its own linguistic difference, to represent identity or truth. Like madness and unlike representation, literature can signify but not make sense. Feynman uses the logic of Balzac's text to challenge the logic of the literary critics mentioned above, whom she calls realist critics. She thus exposes their critical fallacy. So again, I'm having a longer part of quotes. She writes, the realist critic seeks representation, tries by means of fiction to reproduce the real thing. Haunted by an obsession with proper names, identity, and reference, sharing the same nostalgia for a transparent, transitive, communicative language, where everything possesses unequivocally a single meaning which can be consequently mastered and made clear, where each name represents a thing, where each signifier properly and adequately corresponds both to a signified and to a referent. Therefore, the readable is designed as a stimulus not for knowledge and cognition, but for acknowledgement and recognition, not for the production of a question, but for the reproduction of a foreknown answer, delimited with a pre-existing, predefined horizon, where the truth to be discovered is reduced to the natural status of a simple given, immediately perceptible, directly representable through the totally intelligible medium of transparent language. The critic seeks to normalize the text, to banish and eradicate all trace of violence and anguish, of scandal and insanity, making the text a reassuring, closed retreat whose balance no upheaval can upset, where no convulsion is of any consequence. Feynman's reading not only exemplifies the emergence of a feminist literary field at the intersection of French and Anglophone linguistic, intellectual, and institutional conditions, but also demonstrates the possibilities for feminist intervention in the theory and methodology of traditional literary studies. At the same time, this relatively early reading refutes the prejudices of its proponents, protected with the shield of the so-called universality against feminist criticism. In the decades following Feynman's text and other seminal studies published in the 1970s, which was the formative decade for feminist criticism, many authors reflected on the significance of feminist intervention in the literary field. One of the most comprehensive accounts of this kind is Rita Felski's Literature After Feminism, published in 2003. The introductory chapter of this study addresses one of the most burning questions in feminist literary studies, articulated in various ways both within and outside the discipline, and that is the question of the relationship between literature and politics, or more specifically, the status of feminist reading as one of the most prominent sites for the politicization of literature. Discredited by defenders of traditional literary studies and with other eager disciples of the school of resentment, or all those who bring politics into literature, the feminist critic, as a reader simultaneously devoted to literature and politics, appears as an oxymoron, a mythical creature as impossible as a unicorn. Mocking the rather conservative image of the feminist critic who is zealously scanning the pages for the slightest hint of sexism and is therefore unable to do justice to literature as literature, Felsky turns to the much more complex relationship between literature and politics. She considers the entanglement of the literary and the political in accordance with the variety of feminist approaches and their development, as well as the internal disputes and debates on the one hand, and the feminist dialogue with other schools and disciplines on the other. Rejecting the aforementioned critic, Felsky argues for a double vision, holding art and society together in the mind's eye. It means tracing the ways they inform and shape each other without in any simple sense being the same. Indeed, politics has been implied and implicated from the beginning in the various feminist approaches to literature. One of the founding studies of feminist criticism is briefly titled Sexual Politics. The development of feminist interest in literature led to the linking of sexual politics with textual politics. The influential feminist approaches to literature in France emerged in the wake of 1968, and the most prominent contemporary feminist thought is oriented towards those theoretical currents that Oliver Marhart grouped under the term post-foundational political thought. Within this development, the preferred genre of feminist critics from the beginning has been the novel. If we look at the founding studies of feminist criticism, we can proclaim the novel as its formative genre. In her account of the feminist transformation of novel study, Armstrong makes the case for the inherent political investment of the feminist reader. The idea that fiction secretly endorsed rebellion against an oppressed father, husband, culture, and literary mode became so attractive that critics looked for signs of rebellion even in heroines who seemed to complain to a fault. And they found its indirect expression in the most unlikely places. This is Armstrong's contribution to the Cambridge Companion to Feminist Literary Theory. But what about the place of literature and the novel in contemporary feminist theory? Almost every account of the discipline's development implies that the 1990s brought an epistemological, theoretical, and methodological change in the feminist discipline. The shift, I would say rather than a break, displaces the focus of analysis from the sexual or gender subject to the critical analysis of its genealogy and the mechanisms of its performative construction, challenging the theoretical assumptions and methodological efforts that had long left the category of the subject untouched. This movement is also present in the queer studies, which developed partly from the feminist studies, and queer also persists as an umbrella term for a range of sexual and gender identities that are not straight, or at least not normative. And in this more wider sense, it functions more as a verb than a noun, signaling a critical stance that is skeptical of existing identity categories and more interested in understanding the production of normativity and its queer companion. This is a quote by the contribution of Somerville in also the Cambridge Companion, but to Queer Studies, which is published in 2020. Although this shift is often described as a radical rupture and attributed to Butler's gender trouble, I think it's necessary to note its continuity relations with earlier tendencies in feminist theory. Otherwise, one might conclude that this shift essentially changes feminist reading lists. Critically referencing to interpretative cliches, Felsky asserts that modernist and postmodernist fiction, rather than the Victorian novel, were now, from the 1990s, mined for the new truth of gender, the truth that there is no truth. The works most favored by feminist critics were those that wove a playful and self-conscious artfulness into a probing exploration of the ontology of gender and sexuality. Returning to Feldman's text, however, it becomes clear that the question of literature status in feminist theory is much more complex. Women and Madness is an early example of a particular kind of criticism that combines feminist perspective with an anti-representational understanding of the literary text, and a specific kind of literary engagement in accordance with this theoretical and methodological credo. It is a kind of reading whose pleasure, as Felsky puts it, cannot be explained in terms of a language of recognition and shared identity. It is the one that alters our vision of literature as literature. Therefore, while the interest in the 18th and 19th century novel did not necessarily mean the mere repetition of the methods of the realist critics in search of the representation of the different phases of gender division, the modernist and postmodernist novel has been attracting the attention of the feminist readership at least since the 1960s and not as late as the 1990s, as Felsky claims. On the other hand, the change that interest in modernism brings to the field is a different question, but it certainly relates to the field as a whole and not just to the current state of the discipline. Thus, the central question of Feldman's text does not lose its relevance nearly half a century later. How can a reading lead to something other than recognition, normalization, and the cure? Based on this question, we can even imagine the inversion of some popular titles and think about the possibilities of feminism and queer after literature, or the literary in feminist and queer theory, or how literature changed the disciplinary field. There are still many accounts that adhere to the category of sexual and gender identity, while leaving aside the question of the resistance of the literary form to the discourses that broadly constitute the general understanding of sex and gender. Given the disciplinary disagreements in feminist and queer theory, the working definition of the political novel from a feminist perspective could be placed within a specific set of theoretical and interpretative relations. Although Butler's position has been accused of the disappearance of literature from the horizon of contemporary feminist theory, this assembly could also be framed differently. One of the crucial performatives in social life that precedes Austen's I Do is surely the one that determines gender. It's a girl or it's a boy. The starting point of Butler's conceptualization of the performative, as many of you know, is Derrida's notion of iterability, which provides insight into gender as an effect of the repetition of meaning over time, but by thus incorporating the necessary temporal gap or discontinuity of its individual performances into the act, it opens up space for the restaging, deformation, and parodic twisting of its effects. In this sense, we might consider literature as a privileged critical site that resists the naturalization of its signifying practice. The crucial question is, how can the specific literary break of the relationship between signifier and signified resist the mimetic relationship of gender and sexual on the one hand, and the mimetic demand in the literary field and in feminist literary field on the other? I didn't answer this question. In the conclusion, I only opened it. For the conclusion, I will refer to Butler's influential essay, Contingent Foundations, Feminism and the Question of Postmodernism from 1992, 2 years after Gender Trouble. Here, Butler faces with the presumption that politics is unthinkable without a foundation, which presupposes a subject, the referentiality of language, the integrity of the institutional descriptions it provides. However, when these premises are problematized, a specific feminist politics emerges in its contingency. While critically distancing herself from anti-foundationalism as another kind of foundation, she nevertheless insists that in a moment that the category of women is describing the constituency for which feminism speaks, an internal debate invariably begins over what the descriptive content of that term might be. On the other hand, implicitly following a line of feminist theory that began with Lucy Ligeret and Ellen Sixou to close the circle to Shoshana Fellman and Books Shiren, Butler presupposes that when women designates an undesignatable field of differences, one that cannot be totalized or summarized by a descriptive identity category, then the very term becomes a site of permanent openness and resignifiability. As she claims, this site is the ungrounded ground of feminist theory. And the way I read her demand to set the signifier free from the signified, her quest has much in common with literature and also with politics and the politics of literature. For, to quote her, to safeguard the category of women as a site of possible resignifications is to expand the possibilities of what it means to be a woman. The feminist question of what is novel in the political novel arises only after this discussion. In the first sense, if we consider the political novel in terms of genre, as we did yesterday, feminist criticism has for decades aligned with different methodologies of its reading. And yesterday we spoke a lot of Bakhtin, and there is a lot of Bakhtinian feminist reading of the novel, but also before the 1990s break, which shaped the current situation. The other question, however, what novelty does the possibility of this genre bring to the feminist perspective, is, at least from my point of view, on the side of the political. In thinking of the relation between literature and politics, feminism criticism was in different ways wider and more dispersed from the center of the debate about the political. Its interest in the novel in general has always been political, while the supposed canon of the political novel, even if the only working definition of that canon is 500 novels we are going to read and write portraits about, this canon can look different and again new when it is read with a feminist eye, and I'm sure that this eye can provide titles of its own. Thank you for your attention.
Questions, comments? Please.
Can you limit me? Just one simple question. I don't know if it's possible to briefly answer this question because this is general. What is the gender of the novel according to you?
The gender
The
of the
gender
novel.
of the novel, yes? Can we ask the question the same way as Perché as the question of the gender of modernity, right? Because there is something, I mean, when you've been presenting all these examples, yeah, I was thinking about all this cultural history, yes, of the relation between women subject and reading novels and writing novels and so on. Yes? Many times, I mean, in Polish literature, from the masculine perspective, it was criticized. Yes, the woman is mad because she read too many French novels. Yes, there is such a motif in Polish 19th century masculine novels, right? And it goes on. Yes, so there is something. Yes, there is something like this intriguing relation. Yes, between a female subject and the novel, right? So maybe there is something like this détournement, yes, like recapturing, yes, of the novel in women's hands. Yes? So, but my question is, according to you, what is the gender of the novel? Thank you.
Thank you. If we go to Persche's Gender of Modernity, which was for me very important for PhD and department where I was dealing only with avant-garde and modernist novel, maybe the answer to this question, what is the gender of some literary text or movement or period, is not in the text itself, but from it emerges from the encounter of the text and its reader. And in the Gender of Modernity, Perché claims that a lot of elements, the same as Fellman and Balzac, a lot of elements of canonical texts which are read a lot of time and it was written a lot about them, their meaning or maybe even a genre definition in this sense of Derrida's gender, not only sexual but also literary, is sometimes revealed from a specific point of view. And if we read, I don't know, some modernist texts which were mostly received as masculine, as play with masculine identity and so on, and put it in the framework of feminist theories and queer theories, then maybe this gender can be transgender, or we can see that we can go from one kind of description of the text to another. So I think that this gender of the novel, it depends on the reader. Genders him in some way, but in this sexual and gender sense, but also in the sense of genre. Did I answer the question?
Thank you for a really, really fascinating paper and for showing us really importantly, I think, you know, a couple of things. Firstly, that by looking to the novel to think about power in the novel, and by drawing on that example of the woman's woman as object in that male-authored novel, that we can think importantly about our reading practices too, and the way in which we find meaning in novels. So I thought it was a really, really good point that you were drawing on, that Fellman made, about that temptation to be looking to a novel for the reproduction of a foreknown answer. I was my question is, do you feel that that's something that is particularly important when thinking about the political novel, where our own politics can then get in the way of being open to, being changed by a novel, you know, as it works as literature, as it were, doing justice to the capacity that literature has as literature, in fact, to make things, to show, present us with things that are not intelligible or that produce uncertainty.
Yes, thank you. Here I was mostly occupied with the question how to differentiate between the novels that feminist criticism chooses and finds its politics, and the novels, although we didn't agree on the definition of the political novel, we are already 2 days discussing the political novels. And for at least since I was mostly in modernist novel and avant-garde literature, for me this is a relatively new corpus to deal with, and maybe to orient myself towards this kind of reading. I mean, the novel that doesn't come from some text I'm reading and I find it interesting, and then I try to look at the novel and go like through the disciplinary field and organically creating a reading list from the corpus of feminist and queer criticism. But it is a kind of try to expand this reading list and to put something that is maybe unexpected. So in this way, I think that every literary text it is possible to read it through this lens, but we don't know what we will get from maybe some novel that is stereotypically received as political, maybe in the sense of gender relations and sexual roles. Maybe it is still conservative, maybe it's political in relation to something else, but on this level maybe it still stays it doesn't articulate its resistance on that matter. So I think it also depends on the novel and on the literary text we have in front of us. I don't think it is possible to make a general claim. Is it good or bad to collect novels? But that's why I didn't read any novel. I had the intention to provide. I have it in the abstract to provide a sort of look at the post-war literature in Croatian literature written by women. But that will be another presentation or another text. It didn't.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your wonderful paper. I have a question about the differences between global and local feminist criticism. I mean, because when I was hearing your paper, I was thinking about Polish feminist literary criticism, maybe 30 years of that in Poland. And I see some differences between what was happening in Poland in terms of feminist criticism and what was going on in terms of the global. And I'm thinking about the same thing about I know Croatian feminist reading. Where Croatian feminists were in fact very much interested in the novel or not, because I think that in Poland it was not the case so much. So are there any differences between local and the global, or it's just a parallel thing? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. Well, there are certainly differences in a local context because of other historical and cultural specificities, but there is also reception of the global and what came in the translations in the 70s and 80s. and somehow it's maybe not so consciously used, but the general methodology of feminist criticism is received locally from mainly from the French and Anglo-American influences. I think that most of our production was oriented towards the novel and women's writing, but in the last 10 years or so, maybe also a poetry, because we have a lot of women on the poetic scene in Croatia. And regarding this category of queer literature, I think that the short story is maybe the most prominent genre that interests those who do such kind of work. But I'm just thinking of some maybe methodological novelties, but in the local context. But I would have to think longer about that question. Does this specificity of also Yugoslav context, and then the war, and all the changes in the society and political context, how did it influence the methodological novelty? That is something that I will have to think about more.
Is it possible to establish a connection between the text of Fellman, the Fellman essay? It's 75, isn't it? Mm-hmm. It's exactly the year when Foucault gave his lectures of les anormaux, the abnormal, where he treated exactly the problem of madness and the problem of possession of the body.
I don't have that that text now. I read his history of madness.
Yeah, that was a continuation.
That was a continuation. Okay. Well, in relation to history of madness, I think that it is possible because he there also tries to keep like a privileged side of the literary, in difference with maybe some classical feminist reading, which tries to tries to find a way to cure the madness of the text. I don't know how to say it in some way, but in Foucault, I didn't see that kind of.
Yeah, well, I think you can see it in The Abnormal, where he treats really the practices of treating madness in men and women indistinctly.
But about the literary part, does he?
Oh, well, he uses testimonies and literature too.
I will have to read it. So then, and this part of Fellman, I also I can also connect it with Barth's reading of Balzac, and also the reading of the of codes and the gender undecidability in that text. So it is. I mean, madness is a great topic for this kind of, and of course with psychoanalysis and Freud's writing, but various connections can be made. But I will write the reference down.
I wanted to ask about écriture féminine, in particular the work of Hélène Cixous. And I'm thinking of a text like Stigmata, which attempts to break the boundaries between the political and the literary in the performance of the text itself. And I wondered if, in terms of the work you're doing, if those types of texts figure, in which the play of the signifier that you're speaking about becomes the materiality of the feminine body, expressed in the body of the text. You took me back a long time to and reminded me of these things.
Okay, thank you. Yes, regarding the écriture féminine, I did a lot of Zimsko in my dissertation because she was very much influenced by surrealism, and it was really important for me to include it. This relation between the signifier and the body, for example, this accusation of the politicization of literature from the side of feminists comes from this attitude that you can separate the two. But I never read the French tradition in a way that it could be possible to separate the writing from the political, because Kristeva and Zimsko and Irigaray and Derrida, Foucault, and all these authors who created in the same moment, I think that writing is already political from them. It is not possible to separate these two things. And this relation of the materiality of the text and the materiality of the bodies in Zimsko also very anti-essentialist. It is not a female body, but a feminine body in psychoanalytic sense. So I don't regard it as some kind of concrete body that can be like unified and concretely embodied in a particular sense, but a more abstract conception of a body which is not unified. It's very fluid. It is changing. It can change fluids and genders, and in that sense, the materiality of the text I see as related to the materiality of the body. But this feminine with her is inspired with female body as an autonomy. But it is also a metaphor which like breaks this metonymic relation with the female. So I don't know. There is a much longer story about the écriture féminine, but I will keep it for some other occasion.
All right, lovely. Thank you. We can start. So my paper is going to look at this recent genre of Brexit and think about its contribution to the cartography of the political novel in Europe. But before I start, I have a couple of declarations to make. I think the first one about this image, which is taken from a book called Border Nation by Leah Cowan. You will see it at the end of my paper with a list of references, which shows a kind of provocation, Britain looking as a kind of encapsulated by this barbed wire, but it's also kind of a useful introduction for me because the kind of the anxieties around border and border politics in Brexit is something that frames my discussions quite a lot. And then I've got another declaration to make. In 2017, a Tory MP, Chris Heaton, wrote to all universities in the UK asking for a list of lecturers teaching on topics related to Brexit, and I was always quite happy to declare myself as one. In 2017, in the classroom, teaching this to students sounded like a very subversive act, and it was quite liberating to declare. I think here on the side of the continent, perhaps less so to declare this in 2023, but it's no less more satisfactory to do that. So, and also kind of open up a wider question about teaching and politics and that relationship. So let's go back to that fated July of 23 in 2016 when Britain voted to leave the EU. As you can see, it was a very close vote, and we're still living through some of this polarization and deep divisions in British society. But I wanted to talk a little bit about my arrival as kind of this new genre and thinking about Brexit and literature. And this really started much earlier, even before the term was coined by British scholars. At this time, even before Brexit happened, and Aurora, thank you for your lovely introduction, I was working on my book, Eastern Europeans in Contemporary Literature, and trying to think about reconfiguration of Europe after 1989, the EU enlargement in 2004 and 2007, and then the lifting of work restrictions for the citizens of Romania and Bulgaria in January 2014, and thinking about the representation of these newly arrived Eastern Europeans in contemporary British literature and culture. And my use of the term Eastern European is obviously in quotation mark to signify loosely both a Western construction that has had a long and well-documented history, as well as an imagined community of Eastern Europeans with a shared but not necessarily identical experience of communism at home and then otherness in the West in the wake of post-communist, post-EU enlargement migrations. I was also thinking about how the EU freedom of movement, one of the basic principles, was even conditional during this enlargement because all other member states from the so-called old Europe immediately imposed labor restrictions on free circulations for the citizens of the so-called new Europe now. Britain was one of the few countries that actually allowed people to come and work there. We know that Tony Blair was a great advocate for EU enlargement, but it helped me. I couldn't help but wonder whether this seemingly benevolent gesture of the British government was simply a smokescreen for gaining a cheap labor force that was ready to come to the British shore. On the other hand, I did wonder whether the accession to the EU for its new members finally marked the end of their long return to Europe, or read a smooth acceptance of capitalism that began with the transitional moment of 1989. As those of us who still belong to what writer Dragan Velikić describes as lesser or B Europe, were listening to the winds of change, this celebratory moment of European unification only reminded us in our place in the EU waiting room, because soon the wind was blowing in a less friendly direction, carrying with it the EU enlargement fatigue to come and stirring all kinds of anxieties about its new members. And then, of course, Brexit happened. So while I was thinking about the kind of the enlargement, at the same time, I was thinking about how, while some borders were opening, they weren't really opening to people trying to enter Fortress Europe. And this is why I have Nigel Farage's poster, Breaking Point, that was used during the Brexit campaign, showing a group of refugees who were actually at the Croatian border, but as a way to almost kind of political propaganda to say, well, if you do vote to stay in the EU, the floodgates will be open and you will have a mass of people coming. And this was kind of juxtaposed with the ways in which people who managed to get to Britain or were already there were trying to write to this far-right rhetoric. So that's why in the middle I have this Syrian filmmaker and refugee Hassan Akkad, who takes over the cliff and does a beautiful short film. Well, he says, apologies for taking the cliff, but this is my space now. To think about even, how he reclaims the white cliffs of Dover, which is often seen as the outward-facing window to Europe, but at the same time, a wall against foreign invasion, to give a kind of a slightly different message. And at this time, I was also reading many novels that explored the issue of migration in contemporary British fiction. And I was mainly coming across left-leaning writers who were critical of Leave and Brexit, and also thinking of myself as, Sarah used this term earlier, embodied researcher, to think about how I can remain objective, and thinking about also, well, what voice do I give to Leave voters in those communities? So while I was doing that, obviously I had lots of fun by kind of reading lots of Daily Mail headlines and other newspapers. Again, a couple of more examples there that again address the issue of migration, which obviously became the defining feature of the Brexit campaign. When Brexit happened, the journalist John Harris wrote a beautiful article in The Guardian using the image of strawberries rotting in the field to present an almost utopian post-Brexit vision of British workers returning to these jobs because obviously Liv Waters wouldn't be interested in doing them. He does go around the UK and mainly interviews Liv Waters, but they said, well, we are not interested really. Now the migrants have gone, I'm not sure. But this vision, or perhaps an illusion, was later espoused by Priti Patel, who wrote how the British government should enlist the 8 million economically inactive British people to fill in the labor shortages in the immediate aftermath of Brexit. At the same time, I was reading a lot of dystopian novels that addressed Brexit and the issue of migration, and then actually realizing soon that the reality was much worse by what was happening. I mean, that's why I had Priti Patel and, Suella Braverman and Rishi Sunak, kind of the hostile environment that we are still living through, and it's just intensifying every day as we speak. But I remember thinking about in 2021, as I was reading these novels, I also wrote what was happening in Britain at that time. So in the autumn of 2021, the shortages of labor, gas, petrol, and supermarket food made daily headlines in Britain. Cancer treatments were delayed further. Test sample bottles for GPs to offer routine blood tests were running short. People queued and panic-bought fuel at petrol stations, and several British associations were demanding that NHS staff and key workers be given priority. The government was debating whether to offer short-term visas to Eastern European lorry drivers so that Turkey's toys and trees arrived in time for Christmas. After that, the immigrant drivers would be told to go back where they came from to reflect the spirit of Brexit. So around this time, obviously, a lot of literary critics were rushing to name this recent phenomenon in contemporary British writing. And let's now move on to literature to think about this term, Brexlit. Literary responses to the events preceding and following the referendum have been discussed under this catchy coinage of Brexlit. It was first coined by a journalist and later adopted by my colleague Christian Shaw, who in his 2018 essay for the edited collection Brexit and Literature uses the term to describe literary works that directly respond to Britain's exit from the EU or engage with the subsequent social, cultural, economic, racial, or cosmopolitan consequences of Britain's withdrawal. He also notes the limitations of the term Brexit to refer only to a new body of text and develops it into a more flexible category that encapsulates a longer tradition in post-war British writing. Works that anticipate Brexit, as he writes, through thematic concerns such as anxiety surrounding cultural infiltration and a mourning for the imperial past. I agree with Shaw, and I have argued elsewhere, that Brexit is the expression of a much longer chronology and of post-imperialism and Euroscepticism. Among recent and fairly limited still scholarship on Brexit, there is a critical consensus that political and literary Euroscepticism, again, I think it's interesting that Europhilia is much less present in contemporary British literature, has a much longer history worth tracing to explain the ostensibly seismic rupture of 2016. So Brexit is just one culmination of the long-standing crisis that Britain was unable to resolve since the loss of its empire, its diminishing status on the global stage, its deep-seated regional class and racial divisions, deindustrialization and impoverishments, and long-standing hostility towards immigrants, refugees, and racialized citizens. Some earlier literary responses to the fall of the Berlin Wall, post-communist transition, the Yugoslav civil wars, and EU expansion, for example, Ian McEwan's Black Dogs, Mike Phillips' A Shadow of Myself, Julian Barnes's The Porcupine, or Will Self's short story Europe, already sowed seeds of concerns about what the political shifts on the continent might mean culturally for Britain and its sense of exceptionalism. Arguably, some writers who now passionately argue for Britain's deeply embedded cultural ties with Europe have formerly been quite concerned about those very ties. In May 2019, for instance, Julian Barnes criticized, and I quote, Britain's deluded masochistic departure from the European Union. Indeed, it would be interesting to read his 1998 novel, England, England, in which Britain, and I quote, is thrown out of the EU, having been so troublesome negotiating with such obstinate irrationality that is eventually paid to leave, end of quote, in dialogue with his critique of Euroscepticism in his novel, The Man in the Red Coat from 2019. Perhaps one positive impact, if there is one, of Brexit is the growing richness and diversity of Brexlit. And again, thinking about genre, I look at all genres, ranging here from State of the Nation novels by Alice Smith. I couldn't put all of them in the slide, but a really good book is Brexit and Brexlit by my colleague Christian Shaw, and I do analyze many others. But here is just some State of the Nation novels by Alice Smith that was always described as the first post-Brexit novel. Jonathan Coburn, Adina Evaristo, then genre fictions such as Brexit crime and thrillers, dystopian and satirical narratives, drama, poetry, as well as TV and radio shows. Authors known well beyond the UK have taken their stance mostly for Remain, notably Carol Ann Duff in her drama My Country, A Work in Progress, and Zadie Smith, John Lanchester, and Julian Barnes in their essays. So I think this diversity of genre also poses a number of methodological questions, and I think Zrinka raised some of this in her opening paper. So thinking about how do we kind of address this diversity of genre, but also how can reading and talking about Brexit promote and generate or change political discussions? Who reads or teaches Brexit? Who writes Brexit? What is being read as Brexit? Where do these Brexit narratives appear? And as I said, mostly appear as kind of left-leaning forms such as The Guardian or are written by writers who are mostly pro-Remain. And I think one way for me to try and resolve some of these methodological questions is to think about, and I primarily am interested in exploring about anxieties in these works about borders, about migration and refugees. I also look at Black British writing that situates the events leading to Brexit within a larger context of delusional empire nostalgia and redresses the whitewashing of Britain's and Europe's colonial history, as well as the emerging trends of Eastern European writers or those of Eastern European heritage who have settled or live in Britain and are writing about Brexit. So my way of kind of trying to resolve these many contradictions is to frame Brexit as a symptom of imperialist nostalgia and fundamental ignorance, this amnesia which suggests that we are looking at Brexit as an acute crisis, one of many of Englishness, but also of Europeanness. And again, when I was preparing for this paper, I read recent newspaper headlines, and there was one by the EU External Affairs Commissioner, Joseph Borrell, who wrote this article on the 22nd of September for The Guardian, where he talked about how migration could be the dissolving force for the EU, and then at the same time called for greater European unity, speaking very critically of, kind of this insistence on cultural purity that we currently see in Italy and Hungary, for example. But he spoke about that the EU needs the labor force and the kind of the importance of migration. But at the same time, in the same article, he talks about how migration in Africa, and I quote from this article, is caused by lack of development, economic growth, and bad government. So again, there's another kind of imperial amnesia here at work, even today. Recently, a Tory group warned Rishi Sunak how he risked losing the election if he doesn't cut net immigration, and how he also risks damaging what they called UK's cultural security. So again, we're talking about many kind of different fictions that Mark raised in his paper yesterday. That is the kind of the position that I'm trying to speak from when I'm kind of trying to address these novels as well as other genres that deal with Brexit. And many of them offer a diagnosis of the current state of affair, often leaving it to the reader to reflect on possible solutions of this stagnant crisis. And I'm not the only critic who actually looks at the relationship between Brexit and empire nostalgia. Many writers or even politicians have used these kind of colonial metaphors to describe Brexit. Kehinde Andrews and David Olusoga are two black scholars who were quite critical of this notion of global Britain kind of having links in kind of imperialist nostalgia, and reminding us, as David Olusoga writes here in this article, that former colonies don't want to be part of Empire 2.0 any more than most of them wanted to be part of Empire 1.0. Ironically, even politicians such as Boris Johnson used colonial metaphors, but in this case to describe the EU as a colonizer, and the way and to promote this notion that actually Britain needs to free itself from the shackles of the European Union. I mean, again, quite an interesting. This probably deserves a whole new paper to analyze this. Paul Gilroy noted that the discourse around immigration has a much long history in British politics, and he notices how he talks about the figure of the immigrant and how the discourse shapes the ways in which we speak about the so-called new migrants today. As he writes here, even though today's unwanted incomers from Brazil or Eastern Europe are not actually post-colonials, they may still carry the ambivalence of the vanished empire within them. And then finally, from kind of the other perspective of the European continent, Dubravka Ugrasic wrote about the Polish plumber as the colonial bogeyman terrifying the local working class. So again, talking about the EU's neo-colonial character in the wake of post-communist transitions, and I think often a perspective that is not really heard or analyzed enough. So those are the kind of two positions that I come in from when I'm kind of analyzing these novels. So I'm going to move now to literature and just give you an example. There's so many novels, but I've selected a few. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but I'm going to just kind of try and emphasize the diversity and richness of Brexlit. You may be familiar with some of them, and may have read some of them. Many recent novels and short stories about Brexit have adopted an explicitly political stance. Ian McEwan, whether he is the greatest British storyteller of all time, I think is quite debatable, but anyway, this is taken from an image, probably a marketing image. But his novella called The Cockroach from 2019 is an interesting example. It's actually a Brexit reworking of Kafka's Metamorphosis, as it centers on the Prime Minister called Jim Sund's transformation into a gigantic creature in Westminster and his mission to deliver the so-called project and clinch support from his deeply divided cabinet, particularly the so-called hard reversalist tendencies in his party. Just as Brexit was predicated upon deeper anxieties about Britain's place in the world and a skewed sense of economic liberation from EU's red tape and bureaucracy, remember Boris Johnson's quote, reversalism is about bringing Britain, and I quote, to a clockwise world using the so-called reverse flow economics. And this is quite interesting. It involves an employee handing over money at the end of a working week to the company for all the hours that she has toiled, and when she goes to the shops, she is generously compensated at retail rates for every item she carries away. The PM's foreign secretary, quote, supposed to be in every capital in the world for global Britain on a salary of 140K a year, complains how he would not be able to find time to do all the shopping to afford his job, and the PM tells him to get, and I quote, a Tesla from Amazon instead. A sharp satire on Euroscepticism, Boris Johnson and his party, the novella abounds in deeply sarcastic passages and also does not spare the left's ambivalent position on Brexit and their belief that soft reversalism, and I quote, would empower the unemployed. Despite the intellectuals, business leaders, and economists warning that Brexit will be catastrophic for the nation, the PM is bent on getting on with it. He delivers a speech to the EU in which he lays out his vision of reversalism, ushering a new era that will re-energize, and I quote, our country, and not only making it great again, but making it the greatest place on earth by 2050. The irony is further intensified by the German Chancellor asking him, warum, 3 times, and explain why he is tearing his nation down. The EU cannot comprehend the UK's self-inflicted wound that is reversalism, but the PM simply responds, because, after a long stuffy silence, and carries on with the same absurdist and empty rhetoric. We intend to become clean, green, prosperous, united, confident, and ambitious. Again, all fictions. The party succeeds in getting the reversalism done, and the novella ends with Christmas Eve celebrations. But there is little to celebrate about Britain's delusional narcissism as the country, and I quote, now stood alone, and as it starts a new future in a state of acrasia, the state of acting against one better judgment. So I mean, even though it feels that we should kind of get a sense of political estrangement, I think we get a sense of political familiarity in a way. So not quite sure how successful this is, I mean, whether it kind of goes beyond the form of a political pamphleteering. Other novels continue this trend of representing Brexit through absurdist and dystopian lens. In young adult genre, for example, Tracy Mathias' novel, The Night of the Party, post-Brexit Britain is a dystopian nightmare for anyone who was not born in the UK or has not been a resident for fewer than 25 years. And the novel explores the consequences of the so-called immigration and residency bill passed by an unnamed ruling party who is busy deporting and hunting down some 2 million illegal Europeans that are still at large. The main protagonists are a young couple. One is British and the other one is Zara, whose Eastern European origins are later revealed. There are rumors in the novel that Europeans are being dumped in Calais rather than being deported, and Eastern Europeans' cafes are being burned down. Zara is at some point sent to the Oakley detention center, where she witnesses horrendous treatment of European and other deportees held there. And the remainder of the novel follows her and Ash trying to reach the safety of Scotland. Scotland is kind of outside in this novel, outside of the, still in Europe, by using old car maps and evading patrols and checkpoints. And the novel ends on this kind of optimistic note as it zooms on Ash going to catch the daily international service to Scotland to meet Zara after their ordeal and their relationship that will endure despite these absurd new borders. A slightly different response in queer writing. I'm looking now at Isabel Widener's experimental novel called We Are All Made of Diamond Stuff, set on the Isle of Wight, that overwhelmingly voted to leave the European Union. The novel is similarly marked by claustrophobic atmosphere and anti-immigration sentiment. The queer narrator is an EU national who has worked in all areas of British hospitality and retail sector for 20 years, has an excellent command of English, but their right to stay is still precarious. The novel explores the solidarities between queer people of color and queer Europeans who are under threat, and I quote from young, white, working class, gay 20-somethings who vote UKIP. The island is ironically divided and fragmented further across class and racial fault lines as minorities turn against minorities, but as the novel shows through its very explicit critique of nostalgia underpinning Brexit, this neo-colonial tactic of divide and rule worked because of the empire's strange hold on the British psyche and reality. Now I'm going to take a slightly different term and come back to Bernardine Evaristo's novel Girl, Woman, Other, and I'm very cautious here to suggest that this novel is a political novel, simply because I'm kind of mindful of the critical tendency, primarily kind of by white critics who often read, and I think I've covered this in my paper when we had the workshop in Brighton, to read Black British literature as a form of social commentary where the work almost, where the writer almost becomes a spokesperson for their community. I mean, this is an interesting novel with its own politics, in a way. The book that, well, Bernardine Evaristo, as you probably all know, won the Booker Prize together with Margaret Atwood as the first Black British woman to do so. In a way that this win enabled Bernardine Evaristo to make all kinds of activist political interventions that she still hasn't stopped doing, in terms of promoting and supporting young Black British writers, but also republishing forgotten works of Black British literature. Interestingly, again, Brexit is only very briefly mentioned in this novel, which again poses the question, what do we label as Brexlit? And in some cases, the novel's only briefly mentioned, like in Alice Smith's Autumn. It's mentioned only briefly. But in this case, Bernardine Evaristo herself makes a rather political statement about this novel. She explains the experimental form of Girl, Woman, Other through the term fusion fiction that she coins and discusses the novel's feminist and political concerns. In an interview with Alison Donnell, she describes Girl, Woman, Other as an anti-Brexit, anti-parochial, anti-patriarchal and intersectional novel, deliberately choosing the term women with an X to describe the protagonists in the book, a inclusionary term which embraces women of color. Evaristo explains how her aim was to explore the Black British women's experience in all its complexity and diversity, and at the same time address the striking invisibility of Black British women in literature and indeed in British history. As she notes, there are around 1,800,000 Black women in Britain, and it would be reductionist to assume that her 12 literary creations are simply representative of all Black British women. Rather, and I suggest the novel is a broader and direct meditation on national amnesia and the nation's tenuous relationship with its many histories of migration and settlement, as explored, for example, in the overlooked history of Black presence in northern rural area, for example, through the character Hattie, who is a 93-year-old farmer of African heritage who's lived all her life on her Northumberland farm that has been in her family for almost 200 years. She is also a Brexiteer after EU denies her the funding after visiting her farm and then seeing that an aging Black woman was running this farm. So the kind of noting that the EU administration is also racist is quite interesting in this novel. But what I'm also interested in is the beginning of this novel, and this is something that maybe the recent critical work on the novel has overlooked, particularly the opening of the novel. And those of you who have read, it opens with this character, Amma, who's a playwright, and she's got her debut play called The Last Amazons of the Homie that she's written and directed at London's Royal National Theatre. So in a way, this play is intervening into gaps and silences, kind of disrupting this image of the nation or even the national stage, all kinds of hierarchies, and by putting this play from, if you like, for someone who comes from the margins, we know that Amma is involved in radical politics alongside other Black British women before she becomes kind of co-opted into the mainstream and puts this play on the national stage. But the play is quite interesting. It focuses on this character called Nawi, who is the last Amazon of the Homies. And Amazons was the name given to this all-powerful female army in the Dahomey kingdom by the European colonizers. So by kind of revealing these histories, forgotten histories, I think the play is asking us to reflect on, you know, what counts as the national story, or what kind of stories are being possible to put on the national stage. At the same time is talking about history as being complicated and messy, that the Homey Kingdom predates until kind of mid-1600s, and the term, usually the female warriors were called the Agogi, but the Europeans gave them the name the Amazons. And when the Europeans first encountered them, they were quite upsetting to see these kind of different gender roles, where you had this kind of all-powerful, just look at the image, the all-powerful female army. And when the French colonizers finally defeated the Dahomis, they actually banned women from all forms of political leadership, which is quite, again, interesting for, you know, today's gender politics. At the same time, the Dahomey Kingdom was also a slave trading empire, so she's opening up these questions about complicated and messy histories on the national stage. And I think perhaps making a similar intervention that Adjoa Ando and Lynette Linden made by putting on this all women of color play on the national stage. So this is Richard II, which was the first ever company of women of color in Shakespeare play on a major UK stage, in a post-empire reflection on what it means to be British in the light of the Windrush anniversary as we leave the European Union. So I think in that sense, the Girl, Woman, Others is interesting for me because it opens up these questions around the role of history, memory, erasure, forgetting, and the kind of the empire's strange hold on the British psyche and reality by completely rewriting the narrative and putting Black British women center stage in the narrative. Similar political interventions are made also in other recent work, and I'm going to gesture now towards my conclusion. For example, and I go back to the slide, I'm just going to focus on Middle England and conclude. An attempt to understand both sides, both kind of live and remain, are offered by Jonathan Coe in his sprawling Middle England, and in rare but also growing examples of Eastern European writers who have settled in Britain and Western Europe and are taking on a monumental task of writing back to stereotypical representations of EU's new Eastern European citizens. For example, in short stories by Agnieszka Dale called Fox Season, which is a brilliant collection. Jonathan Coe's Middle England follows a sprawling cast of characters 8 years before and after the referendum to offer a re-evaluation of the state of the nation and social divisions exacerbated by the 2008 credit crunch, Gordon Brown's unsuccessful campaign trail to try and swing Middle England voters, and David Cameron's eventual victory. The 2011 riots following the shooting of Mark Duggan and the killing of Joe Cox in 2016, to political and media manipulations leading to the Brexit vote. Coe explores the impact of these events, dividing different generations of the Trotter family and their friends, the North and the South, the metropolitan and regional areas, the quiet rage of the middle class and the working classes. The novel deserves a full paper, but it is useful here as a concluding remark on the future of Brexit and indeed post-Brexit Britain. One of the main characters are the newlyweds Sophie and Ian, a Remainer and a Leaver. Sophie works on contemporary portraits of Black European writers in the 19th century, which exemplifies her modern, layered, multiple identity that she feels had been taken away from her by the vote, and causes a major rupture in her relationship with Ian. The end of the novel finds her at a family gathering in France, where some of their friends, such as Eastern European migrants Grete and Lucas, had been forced to relocate after they had fallen out of love in England due to post-Brexit abuse. We learn that Sophie is pregnant, and perhaps she and Ian, in the spirit of Joe Cox's word from her speech to the House of Commons in 2015, have learned that they are far more united and have far more in common with each other than things that divide us. End of quote. Coe leaves the ending of the novel open and uncertain, but it is no coincidence that the last line announced the birth of their beautiful Brexit baby. As Bill Ashcroft notes in his book Post-Colonial Future, the trope of the child has helped resolve some of the immense contradictions of empire, become a potent sign of post-colonial conceptions of imaginative and cultural possibility. So it's a kind of an interesting way that we can read the novel as opening a kind of a different form of a political horizon. But as someone who's a reluctant optimist, I'm skeptical of these easy and neat resolutions. So I think in the spirit of Eastern European playful cynicism and parody, I'm going to offer a last example of Brexit. And this one comes from a Bulgarian writer, Georgi Gospodinov, his recently published novel, Time Shelter, that won the Man International Booker Prize. And this is an interesting novel, again, that only briefly mentions Brexit, but it's a novel that deals with other kinds of absences and asks the question, how does one live with the deficit of meaning and the future? Exploring the weaponization of nostalgia in Europe, Gospodinov uses Brexit as a prototype for the fictional referendums that break across Europe. There's an actual map in the novel, and each country, the referendums are fought on one particular past each country will like to choose and which their future would look like. So a lot of the kind of former Yugoslav countries go back to the 80s. Bulgaria becomes the first nation to leave and becomes this pure nation. So again, kind of satirically thinking about all these kind of fictions. He talks, I suppose the novel is interested in the world's disintegration with the enroachment of populism and the so-called great past and the future, exemplified in the phrase global Britain. And I think that the way it deals with memory and forgetting and nostalgia reminded me also of some of the interventions that the Czech artist David Černý did a couple of years before with his controversial exhibition Entropa. I don't know if you are familiar with it, but this was to mark the Czech entry into the EU, where he made this exhibition where each country was represented by a stereotype. So this is the exhibition, obviously, I don't know if you have Germany here, where he represented as a kind of a swastika in the form of an autobahn. Bulgaria was represented as a kind of a system of squat toilets, and they really were offended and asked that the exhibition and their place on the map is covered by a cloth. Britain was represented as an absence. So again, they didn't really get the artist's message because he was deliberately dealing with these stereotypes to invite the debate. So it's interesting that I suppose Gospodinov does this in the form of a novel in a similar way. So as Dubravka Ugrecic has noted, to again offer an homage to a writer who has unfortunately passed away recently, in one of her essays, she writes, what all of us are left with in the end in our contemporary, and I would say post-Brexit world, where we live with a lack of future-oriented imagination and discredited rhetoric of solidarity, is an eternity of the implacable logic of capital. So what I would like to see in Brexit to come, not this kind of defeatist pessimist position, and I'm going to, again, be a reluctant optimist here, but literature that perhaps opens up a horizon, not only to offer a diagnosis of the present, but also to open the horizon for an anti-racist, anti-capitalist politics that would enable us to imagine Britain and Europe otherwise, as well as perhaps to give us some pointers of how we can dismantle the racist border that shapes so many contemporary political as well as fictional debates today. So, thank you. Also about the response of literary fiction to political.
Thank you so much for this great talk. I hadn't realized there were so many Brexlit novels. And I was just wondering, I was thinking about the impact of this kind of literature. Who do you think reads these novels? And can they have the kind of impact that would be truly transformational for the country?
That is a great question. And I mean, I've been thinking about this. I mean, yes, it's a good question who read this kind of literature. So I would assume a handful probably of students who are being taught this kind of writing in the UK now, who actually are quite open to have a debate and are open to reading this kind of literature. Whether there is a wider readership from a whole spectrum of the society, I'm not quite sure. Even as I said, these debates and the kind of the ideas that they explore are mainly coming from the left and from the pro-Remain position. I have been suggested by someone to actually go and engage with Stanley Johnson's Father novel, but I just couldn't bring myself to read it, so maybe I should at some point. The forum, I think, where Brexit is being debated and read is still fairly limited. I recently went to a conference in Spain in this July that was actually dedicated specifically to Brexit, and it was interesting to see that there were a lot of scholars from Europe working on the genre, but again, only a handful of scholars in the UK. I mean, some of them that I've cited, and I count myself as one of them. So, yeah, the kind of the political effectiveness, if we want to make this political claim for these novels, yeah, this is still happening in a very limited forum, I would say. And of course, the government, sees the universities as a hotbed of woke and anti-Brexit activity, so it would, actively discourage any kind of discussion or teaching of this work.
Marvelous presentation, VEDRANA. The strange thing is that these fictions about exiting EU are produced also in other literatures. For example, we had such a book by Polish writer Inga Iwasiuk, Na krótko, for short. Yes? It was also the story about that. I mean, I don't remember exactly, but we were rather exposed from EU, not decided to leave. But that was some dystopian presentation of such a possible situation, yes, of the Eastern European country that was exposed from EU. So we also produce exit fictions, because, and maybe this is also one of the possible way of analyzing the material you have presented, yes, the specter of exiting EU is haunting Europe, yes, okay? Do you think, because when I read the book by Inga Iwasiuk, it was clear for me that this is spectral analysis, yes, of some political reality, yes, what haunts, yes, political system in Poland, yes, that one day will be beyond EU, right? This is a real fear, yes, that is constantly being disputed, yes, for example, in Poland, yes. So do you think that this key, the spectral state of politics, yes, presented in these in the spectral stage of the politics, yes, maybe this is one of the possible analyses, yes, of why fictions are so productive, yes, now after Brexit, right? Okay. Do you think this could be
Thank you, Tomek. Yeah, that's another great question. First thing, I mean, the challenge for me is, I mean, I would love to read novels in Polish, but unfortunately I don't speak Polish. So, but I'm familiar with the writer. So, yeah, hopefully it gets translated into English at some point. But yes, I'm aware that there are novels produced outside of Britain. Is that the question of translation is the barrier, why some of these works are perhaps not included. But the question of the spectre is actually a really interesting one. And actually, my book starts with a quote from Paul Gilroy, where he talks about the specter of the immigrant is haunting Europe. And I think it's absolutely a very useful tool to analyze these fictions. I mean, I come to them through the kind of the focus on migration, and particularly, you know, the Eastern European migrant in these debates. And so far, and as I argue in the book, majority of British fiction and other works on the topic is unable really to resolve that contradiction. All the characters that I've read and come across are really stereotypical representations of them as cheap labor. You know, if it's a female character, it's a poor trafficked woman who doesn't speak English and is exploited. You know, Polish builders and the rest, manual worker, cheap labor. An interesting example is the Polish-British writer Agnieszka Dale that I've mentioned, and her collection called Fox Season. And she's got wonderful 2 short stories. One is called The Happy Nation, which is about Brexit, but never mentioned Brexit. But it's about this belief in the community. I mean, there in the short story, there is hope in the community. It's about, I analyze this novel, short story in my article in the Eastern Europeans and Brexlit. She talks about, you know, being at the table and sharing food together and growing apples together, which for me was a useful kind of counter image to the strawberries rotting in the field. And as someone who, you know, is active, whose teaching is deeply embedded in decolonial and queer activism, I still believe in, you know, these kind of works that offer us hope in the community. I know POLINA talked about the assembly offering a different kind of ending. So yeah, as I said, I'm a reluctant optimist in this case. Hopefully that answers your question, but yeah, absolutely the element I found very useful, the spectre.
So I know we could talk on the plane on the way home, but your beginning, where you have Farage's poster, and then Suella Braverman trying to get all of the inactive British workers back to work, made me really think about a kind of the able-bodied, and to think then about the sense in which Brexit was also a kind of biopolitical move, which was about sort of policing our, it was about policing who could be counted, but also, you know, to try and endorse a kind of fitness in very kind of you know, authoritarian ways. So when you then opened up, when you were talking about Bernardine's novel, to open up what you would count as a Brexit novel, I was really interested. So I want to just make a proposal about Sam Byers, because you know Perfidious Albion, but his next novel is called Come Join Our Disease, published during COVID, unfortunately. But it's about a worker who is so stressed by work that she gives up her job and goes to live on the street. And she's rescued and put back into a job, and they sort of pay for her flat and make it possible for her to kind of live. And she refuses, and she refuses actually fitness rather than you know, submit to this kind of notion of the legitimate worker. And so hearing you in your framing at the beginning, I suddenly want to now read that as a Brexit, Brexlit, or post-Brexit novel. And I guess the question then is, I mean, I don't want to be the person up here who sort of starts talking about post-colonial Chaucer, like everything can just be kind of bundled into this kind of category. But would you then think that a novel which maybe, you know, it doesn't use Brexit as a frame, but is talking about a kind of political, real political culture, would that count as Brexit for you? So,
Thank
you can say yes or no.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think at the moment, Brexit is still a flexible enough category. For example, Christian Shaw goes back to, post-war fictions to trace the kind of the Euroscepticism in them. Now, yes, novels that don't mention Brexit, but can still be read as the fallout of Brexit or post-Brexit novels. I mean, like with any literary categories, there are constructions and they are useful in a particular set of circumstances. So, but what I found really interesting is your focus on disability and labor and work, which I think so far probably has not been given enough critical attention. I mean, the film that comes on top of my head rather than a novel is Ken Loach's work, but I'm Daniel Blake, only because I looked at his other film, It's a Free World, which focuses on Eastern European migration and refugees in London. So, I mean, it's a complicated and complex legacy that stems from the empire. I mean, critic Nadine El Anani even called Brexit as the fruit of the empire. But there are all kinds of other divisions, class, regional, other politics at play. And I think ability, disability, and labor is particularly relevant, particularly with the recent cutting of services by the government for, to people who are unable to work because of their disability. So, yeah, absolutely. We could call them Brexlit. Over coffee, that sounds good.
I'm not going to ask directly about the novels, so I apologize, but I do have too many novels to read after Magda's presentation and yours. But I wanted to ask about, first of all, what counts as a European novel? Because all of the, especially the last presentation, this presentation, we talked about the Spanish novel, we're speaking about the British novel, and there are very few examples of what we might call the European novel that isn't identified with originating in a nation or a country, and whose primary focus is not something to do with the national politics. So I wondered just what that category, the European novel, means in light of what you're saying, and of course in light of bloody Brexit. But the other thing I was thinking about is the effect. I think somebody asked about the effect of the novel on the first question. And I wonder if we're not asking too much because we are critics and theorists, and if the effect is not just about the content of novels, but about the public culture around novels. And Evaristo in particular makes me think of this, is many people who are affected by what she says and does have never read her novels, but it becomes part of public culture and kind of filtrates into public culture in all sorts of ways. In the same way, if you walk past the bookshop, you read the back of something, you get a sense of what it's about. So I wonder if maybe, if we're talking about the politics of the novel, there's sometimes, of course, we must focus on the novel and what the books do, but there's also something broader about the politics of the novel. It's about a broader cultural apparatus, maybe in Foucauldian terms, within which we can come to understand those effects.
Thank you, Mark, for posing two really difficult and complex questions. What is a European novel? Well, hope we can. Yeah. So you're talking about a novel that is about, when you say European novel, you mean the EU rather than. Yeah. Well, I hope we have 4 years to work this question through. I mean, I think I'm speaking from my personal perspective, someone, again, coming from former Yugoslavia, reading what the European novel would include the Western European greats. Although we did read lots of novels from beyond the European continent, when I went to school at least. A massive change now. So I think we always have to, for me, it's always the question, what is included within, and it's always, you know, Western Europe. Sometimes, I mean, I don't know, Kundera maybe, or something, canonical. I think it's a question about the canon and the construction of the European canon and who is in and who is out at what stages of the debate. Or even now, if we're talking about Brexit, you know, Tomek mentioned so many Polish writers who are writing and responding to this, and I'm sure there are many others from other countries. But yeah, exactly, yeah. Exactly. Well, there was. I think it's now being questioned and decolonized and interrogated. But yeah, I mean, I teach a module on European literatures. It's called European Literatures deliberately to kind of notion this plurality of Europe. And I always start my first lecture by asking my students to take like a post-it note and write a couple of words that are associated with the word Europe. And it can be anything, you know, from French wine, cheese to Eurostar. And they almost never include anything about Eastern Europe. And, you know, this, I've been teaching it for 12 years now. So it's quite interesting. I mean, that's maybe your answer. What is Europe? It's a set, it's a construction. And, you know, even going beyond Eurocentrism is I think, an important feature of our project to actually consider. And it's great that we have the external partners to help us on the project. So, yeah, I don't know if that answers your question. Sorry, what was the other question, Mark? Yes, yeah, we can talk over coffee, but thank you. Thank you.
I welcome you to our second afternoon panel today, titled Academic Fictions. Our speaker is member of our Global Advisory Board, RAHUL PUTTY. He's head of the Department of Languages at Manipal Academy of Higher Education in the south of India. Since 2010, he has been developing and curating academic programs in European languages and cultures at Manipal. Something about his background: he holds a master in French translation and interpretation and another one in European cultural studies. He has conducted research in higher education, especially university histories. His research interests include academic fiction, applied linguistics, and European travel writing on India. In his paper titled Not a Book for Burning, Reading the Political and Academic Fiction, Rahul will discuss the academic novel as a subgenre of modern fiction, uncovering the university as a refracted setting of larger political world it inhabits. He will speak about, as he says, inward-outward dynamics of speciality and orientation as embedded in the academic novel. Perhaps also we can talk about it, I don't know, as a subgenre of political novel. And we are very curious to hear something about the history of the academic fiction of academic novel and its relevance for the critical engagement with the university today. Welcome.
So good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I want to thank the organizers of the CAPONEU conference, the ZFL Berlin, and my colleagues from POZNAN for having me here. Also, the last couple of days, it has been It was wonderful getting to know all of you, the consortium members, and the expertise and the rich, variegated perspectives you have shared in the conference. And of course, our side interactions over these 2 days have enabled me not only to appreciate the full scope of the CAPONEU project, but also feel simply very energized in your company. My paper, Not a Book for Burning, Reading the Political in Academic Fiction, is my attempt to partake in the stimulating reflections we've had over the last 2 days. In fact, coming in after what I think could be 9 paper presentations already, several general and over coffee and beer discussions and conversations since yesterday, I somewhat fear that we may be with a, like a conference fatigue. So quantitatively, it is yet another talk, but I do hope it makes some meaningful qualitative intersections to what is already, as I discern, a rich repository of thoughts. But above all, I'm very reassured that some of my apprehensions, especially with the reading of European and non-European histories, which I initially had difficulties in establishing links with what I thought was the focus of this project, that now it shares a great deal of common ground and conversational space within this conference. I'll start with the problematic of reading and things that we take for granted. Yesterday, it was alluded to by Shrinka that the form of a novel is not always so recognizable. There are forms which are indeed slippery. And Mark invited us to consider a different paradigm of what the novel does to political fiction rather than merely locate the political in the novel. Actually, these 2 dimensions operate at the core of my interest in the subgenre of literature that we call the academic novel or academic fiction. And talking about taking things for granted, I just mentioned 2. A predefined form that we associate with the novel. Second, that the novel bears little on what is reconstructed politically or otherwise of the world. And I would like to add 3 more elements to this list, the things we take for granted. Third here, who is the reader of the novel? And what does this reading experience result in? What is going to be done with it? And fourth one, if I'm the reader, how do I map myself before I set off on a cartographical expedition of the novel? It's not an innocent question, to be honest. I want us to take a hard look at ourselves. What do we have in common here? We are all from that hallowed profession called the academia, so much that we even have the same cognates, professor, profession, which comes from the Latin profitieri, and we have the distinct advantage of being able to declare openly and publicly to profess our profession. In fact, I was very tickled, like over this last 2 days, every time there would be somebody coming at the door, looking at the posters, looking at this, scratching their heads and walking away. And trust me, if they were to walk in here and ask, okay, what are we actually doing? I think we may have some problems finding funding for our next project, They're not going to just discussing about political novel. I mean, if someone were to really make a noise about how the taxpayers' money goes into deliberations of this kind, it could be. It's not very unlikely because that's exactly the stuff of academic novels. So my response, particularly as a reader to text, has been, and I would qualify a little of my own approach here. I'm not technically a literary studies scholar, but let me put it, as modestly or unmodestly rather, it's a simple and genuine curiosity with what I think are the aesthetics of the novel in Kundera's terms. It's rather the novelistic imagination that I experience as a reader that provokes me to look into dimensions of the novel, or for that matter, texts which we sometimes we take things for granted. And with regards to the choice of a novel, you know, I remember the French writer André Maurois, who said, "En littérature comme en amour, nous sommes toujours étonnés de ce que choisissent les autres." Yeah? In literature, as in love, we're always astonished by what others choose. Yeah? So, true. Oh, how could we have that part, no? How could we be reading that book? So my choice to talk about the academic novel is a non-novel for most practical purposes. It's a book. It's actually, it depends now whether we look at it as a, as a novel or something more than that. It's, of course, as many would know the name, for sure it would ring a bell, Pierre Bourdieu, Homo Academicus. And I go with this as a response to having engaged myself with this book. So what I present to you now would be my response, as not just as a reader, but what I also do with it. I, in fact, write about it. So here I am trying to tell you about what Homo Academicus is. I start off by saying, with an Aboriginal saying, "If this is your land, where are your stories?" Homo Academicus is the black box of the sociological endeavor. Homo Academicus is the disruption of an idea, an ideal of the university. Homo Academicus is also a person. Homo Academicus, to borrow a quote from the film A Single Man, is the expression of a predicament. Of course, in 1984, it was Pierre Bourdieu's compelling prosopographic study of the inner worlds of the French university, and as an extension of French intellectual life. Book was the product, an aboutissement, or a culmination of a cultivated concern of almost 20 years, stretching back to the times when he was a young ethnologist of his native region of Béarn. Now, as a distinguished sociologist of international repute at the prestigious Collège de France, the distinguished sociologist of international, the concern was by no means his alone or new to the discipline he was committed, but it still remained. What was the relationship between what was being studied and the person studying it? Further, in the case of Homo Academicus, the question assumed significance and posed ontological problems of a very different order to Bourdieu. Such a preponderance would have actually seemed quite misplaced or even unnecessary for the depth and diversity of his previous works, whether on Kabylie society in Algeria, the sociological profession, or his studies on the theory of practice, or his social critiques on artistic taste, language consumption, and education too. It had already founded a massive sociological enterprise which could just as easily dig deep into canonical traditions of philosophy, anthropology, or sociology, as much as it could sublimate them in a very specific Bourdieusian world or universe of sharpened intellectual concepts and analysis. Therefore, another study of social structures, and the two of a milieu quite familiar to him, should have been routine matter for him, except that it wasn't. I'm narrating the background to the story because I seriously think that's the warp and woof of what academic novels are, what goes into it. So I think of it to be kind of a deductive experimental reading here. So continuing with the discussion on Homo Academicus, what was Bourdieu's preoccupation? And this is what it elicited as a response in me when I read it. I will probably to, oopsie. I would like you to have a look at the titles. It would seem so ordinary. And the Bourdieusian language is a very particular one. Now, for one, taking up to study the professorial world, which he was intimately part of, meant rendering both people he knew, but also himself as objects of study. But this distancing of what he calls as the sujet scientifique, was not merely the glib expression of an intent or any superficial transcendental reflection. The socio-analysis also meant applying the same exacting standards of objective examination to unmask historical constructions of identity and power play, which he had otherwise accomplished in other fields of study. Now, indeed, as Bourdieu revealed in an interview, no work had cost him as much time and effort and provoked in him the kind of anxiety it did as Homo academicus. Why? I mean, after all, it was what we would think as a social commentary of the professorial elite. He was equally apprehensive about any premature publication of the book, and for a long time it lay around in his files. He feared a precipitated reading of Homo academicus would contradict the book's deep intent, forcing it perhaps to be read as a pamphlet, or worse, an instrument of self-flagellation, especially given the politicized environment and the fault lines that had not only become visible in the French intellectual estate following the cataclysmic events of May 1968, but also served as a background to this work. Now, these trepidations in depicting, and I quote, the sense of pathos and vibrancy of a familiar world were by no means imagined. In more ways than one, Homo academicus was the violation of a working consensus. As Bourdieu put it in the interview, it was a labor of anamnesis, thus making the book simultaneously biographical, institutional, and above all, psychoanalytical, all of which estranged him considerably from many of his colleagues. I come to the next part as to why this serves as a basis for us looking into the very nature of academic novels. If this new way of scientific examination was not challenging enough in terms of the actual methods that Bourdieu would have to deploy, what would be equally, if not more problematic, was the new way of writing. Okay, so you have chosen the subject that you want to talk about, but how do you write about it? And that was being imposed in presenting such a work, a fact that he repeatedly drew attention to. In the original French version, which was published in 1984, the very first chapter is titled quite graphically, a book for burning, the question mark, which of course which American critic misses out on and ends up writing, like about 40 pages of criticism on Bourdieu's title, forgetting that there was a question mark after that. But nevertheless, where Bourdieu expends considerable energy explaining on how writing the book meant, firstly, a breaking away from the insider experience, secondly, reconciling the relationship thus severed, reconstituting the scientific knowledge, which he says, we can only know as insiders and everything that one cannot or do not wish to know as long as we do remain insiders. In other words, for Bourdieu, a whole new language would need to be invented for such new modes of sociological expression. And afterward, a postface, which appears as preface in the English version, which was added 20 years later, opens with the following lines, and this should give us an idea about the sociological, literary, linguistic tension that the book is, it kind of throbs with. I quote, thus, my sociological analysis of the academic world aims to trap Homo academicus, supreme classifier among classifiers, in the net of his own classifications. It is a comic scenario that Don Juan deceived or the miser robbed, reference to works, and these are those who, hoping to feel endangered or to make others feel threatened, prefer to treat it in tragic terms. I, for my part, think that the experience whose results this book presents is not so different from that attributed by David Garnett to the hero of his short story, A Man in the Zoo, where the young man, as a result of a quarrel with his girlfriend, writes in despair to the director of the zoo to offer him a mammal missing from his collection, that is himself, so that he is placed in a cage next to the chimpanzee with a notice saying, Homo sapiens, this specimen is the gift of John Cromanti, Esquire. Visitors are requested not to tease the man with personal remarks. Okay, so this is where you have the, Monsieur Bourdieu had turned the sociologist writer's gaze onto himself. I'm deliberately making certain digressions, continuing with it. In 1999, Pierre Bourdieu met the noted German writer Günter Grass at his work studio in Lübeck, where both of them discussed in the grand tradition of European intellectuals coming together to share their ideas, den Mund aufzumachen, about contemporary issues. Grass did point out that it was not often in the German tradition or the German experience that a writer and sociologist come together at a table, expressing mutual admiration for one another's works. Grass nevertheless asked why it was that the element of humor, the sense of the comic, was missing in sociological studies, as can be witnessed in literature. And I think this question serves as a good starting point to reread Homo academicus. For most part, Homo academicus is understood mainly as a social critique of the French academia, as can be ascertained by references to it, which are overwhelmingly concentrated more within scholarly discussions of social theories, very broadly speaking, or at best with theories of education, than any engagement outside of these orientations. To this, a further caveat may be added. On a relative scale, Homo academicus remains one of Bourdieu's lesser cited works as compared to his, more well-known social critique of the judgment of taste or the language and symbolic power. Although it was published in 1984, it records research and experiences of almost 2 decades from the early 1960s onwards of his career. But that itself is inscribed in a larger spatial history. These are also the early years of post-war Europe against the background of incipient Americanization at multiple levels, including academia. It was the period of the baby boomers, the Gaullist Fifth Republic of France, France during and after the Algerian War, France in the midst of its Les Trente Glorieuses, thereby growing significance of the trade unions, the syndicats, the increase in number of students, coming to the point slowly, number of students entering higher education, the rise of the new left, women's rights movements, the far away but yet so near Vietnam War, new social and cultural issues challenging established traditions, including again those of the university, to name just a few aspects. These were, however, to be quite important factors dovetailing into one another to manifest what we associate as the civil unrest of May 1968 in France, which, although brief in terms of a revolution, lasting little more than a month, was intense enough to produce enough of profound cultural shocks that reverberated across the country and to an extent in other parts of Europe too. Prominent features about May 68 in France included occupation of universities, especially the University of Paris, Nanterre, and Sorbonne, and factories to the extent that students, intellectuals, led notably by the public figure of Jean-Paul Sartre, and trade unionists were often protesting together. I told you. What effects could all of the above have had on the French university? Huh? On the various university bodies, on academics. I mean, what could all of this have as an effect on academics, on writers and journalists, or academics who were writers, journalists, and intellectuals? How did they express themselves on these matters? Did it affect their relations? Was Pierre Bourdieu affected? Regardless, how did he talk, or more importantly, how did he write about it? Now, a close reading of the book reveals deep literary undertones that have hitherto been acknowledged, that have hitherto not been acknowledged, and which are remarkable in their style of expression. I will just provide an overview of this. It is seen that just in the preface of which comes here, Bourdieu actually introduces up to 35 people by their first names. Not as reference, he's not referring to them as scholars. It's not like, okay, what we say, okay, so-and-so said. But these are references which he's actually presenting them as characters, major and minor characters. There are first-level narrators, there are second-level narrators, there are implied readers, the direct reader, and anyone discerning can detect sarcasm, euphemism, metaphorical rhetoric, and the whole use of Menippean satirics, allegorical references, all this cloaked in a scientific language without, however, losing any of its scientificity. And it goes back to what, Jinka, were you there when I talked about what you said? Like we take the form of the novel for granted. Yes, so that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so Bourdieu carries out a hidden conversation with his mentor, that is Claude Lévi-Strauss, introduces plots and subplots, provides information of his characters, which are referenced of education, their family history, place of birth, affiliations, memberships, political viewpoints, even obituaries, across almost 100 pages. Thus, in a similar vein, the entire text of Homo Academicus is marked by polyonymy. There's a plurality of perspectives on the same person or object, but also new theoretical propositions from the Russian formalists, schools of literature, which were based in France at that time, all of which Bourdieu was extremely familiar with. It is, as Speller describes Bourdieu's writing, style and syntax, they're interlaced with multiple voices and perspectives, including that of the author, and symbolize the complexity of the social structures he analyzes. And this literary tension runs throughout the book, creating a truly polyphonic character where various kinds of speech utterances and competing voices straddle about together. It is not merely autoethnography. It's not like personalized texts about their own lived experience, relating the personal to the cultural. The power of these narratives depends on their rhetorical staging as true stories, but in one in which the writer recourses to techniques of fiction writing, such as dramatic recall, because at every point, there is a reference made to May 1968, it comes back, or he puts, Jean-Paul Sartre. And for those of us familiar with it, he really had a huge issue with what was going on in the French intellectual circles following 1968. He was, well, it was his view anyway, he was not such a big fan of Foucault or Derrida as such. He had a bone to pick with them, and this is all contained in the preface. And why? It's all because there was his opinion that there were being so many references, but yeah, prominent among them would be to the extent that for the positions that they took, and rather in terms of what literature, what they taught, was not actually questioning the very basis of these social unrest. It was, and of course, he also had an issue with them being mollycoddled by American universities more than he thought was necessary. But again, the techniques which Bourdieu uses are, like dramatic recall, very strongly fleshed out characters, dialogue and interior monologue. So what he's doing is creating a plot. He's holding back on interpretation, asking the reader to emotionally relive the events with the writer. These narrators seek to meet literary criteria of coherence, verisimilitude, and interest. The author the author is relieved of speaking for the other, as they are the other in this text. I will conclude this particular discussion briefly by returning to the end and the beginning of Homo Academicus. The final chapter starts, besides starting with a quote from Flaubert's L'Éducation sentimentale, concludes saying that the only notable, only the techniques of the Bildungsroman can allow for us to evaluate the personal and collective crisis, and which can complement one another. Some more. Homo Academicus is the shortest title of any Bourdieu's known works, but that is really quite besides the point. When asked by a television journalist about what the title signified, with no invisible glint of mischief in his eyes, Bourdieu said, "Oh, le mot academicus, c'est un peu une plaisanterie, c'est du latin de Molière." And anyone familiar with the works of Molière would know what this Latin meant and how the figure of the savant or the pedant was a constant object of satire in his plays. The reason for me to take a slightly circuitous route to this is to also highlight one more thing that we take for granted, that as we within the field of literary studies, that we also have we inherit a kind of institutional history which where different viewpoints straddle together, and then when there are academics writing about themselves, there's going to be always something new that comes about. Now, with this, I want to move on to give you a small background of the birth or the engendering of this subgenre that we call as the academic novel. So far, what I discussed were more or less what goes into it, the full context of it, when somebody has to look at themselves being the object of study and within a world, and have to depict, and you're setting the standard definition of an academic novel is where it's written by someone from the inside with this insider experience about people they're familiar with. Of course, it's a limiting definition. We'll probably have some time to discuss that. And why did he do that? It was, given its unique style of expression, for anyone familiar with the history of of literature, a book for burning is actually what the 16th century Chinese philosopher Li Si, who committed suicide, who challenged certain Confucian ideals and who was sentenced to death. And he had kind of predicted that his book would be burned. And the one thing about it seems like rather simple in terms of what the argument was against, that individualism played a greater role than mere acceptance of these notions of virtue and morality. But Li Si he committed suicide because these were too incendiary as ideas for the time. And anyway, he was somebody who defended fiction. So what I'm trying to say is that this particular tension that that exists within members of what we call as, I'm sorry, I'm just going about it the wrong way. It comes to something about the university histories itself that we inherit. So it was an attempt by Bourdieu to actually indulge in what he calls it as the writer's game. I don't have time. Okay, in fact, in many ways, it opens the window to understanding the special relationship that literature played in Bourdieu's lives and work. But around the same time that Bourdieu was sharpening his analysis of social structures governing professorial practices and attitudes, across the channel, operating from within the milieus of English language departments, was another production of writing. Three features characterize this form of writing, which had in fact proliferated just as considerably across the Atlantic too. Like Bourdieu, the writing was both of the university and the people who inhabited it. Like Bourdieu, the writers were academics but themselves. But unlike Bourdieu, these writers resorted to a different medium of prosopographic study. They wrote fiction. This new genre of fiction, and which is an offshoot of the Bildungsroman, concentrated on the inner worlds of the university and are recognized alternatively as what we call as the academic novel, campus novel, or university fiction today. So a question may be asked, why did novels about universities suddenly start to appear in both countries at about the same time? That is, we're talking of the UK and the US here, and quickly developed into a quite popular and thriving genre of literary fiction. As David Lodge says, there is an obvious sociological explanation. In both Britain and America, the period of the Second World War saw great expansion in university education. Many new universities were built and old ones expanded. There were job opportunities in arts faculties which attracted aspiring or practicing writers, especially in America, where creative writing was already embedded in the academic syllabus, and professional writers were hired to teach along with conventional literature courses. So these flexible hours, long vacations, etc. became a favored second occupation for writers. So these novels, it is worth noting, are invariably concerned with teachers in the arts or humanities, because that is where most university-based novelists work. I just have to be sure of how much time do you have? Oh, sorry, Ivana? Huh? 2 minutes? This one actually, I mean, for the by this beautiful study of the three cultures of how sociology emerges as the third discipline between literature and the natural sciences by Wolf Lutenus is a brilliant read, which is also it talks about how we within the university, Tony Becker's academic tribes and territories. This is fine. I come to this part, the last bit, as to what unfortunately, I don't think we'll have time to go into the other emigre writer. Talking about academic fiction, I'll quickly make a qualifying statement here. For me, it's not just looking at the established writers. I was always very curious about this insider-outsider experience. Now, if you introduce more and more layers of complexities, so for me, the idea of the emigre writer, emigre academic novelist, is always something quite interesting. Towards this, a mention of this writer, it also is what I indicate in my abstract, Régis Messac, Roman d'Université Américaine, Smith Conundrum, is, by all historical accounts, the first academic novel that we know. But again, how the forces of the political even come about in affecting our understanding of the genre is that as in 1924, he was born in 1893, and in 1924 he emigrates to the New World, that is to Canada. So it's a misleading, I mean, deliberately misleading title, but American is a shorthand for describing something much bigger. Whatever we talked about capitalism and all that in our previous presentations, this is what it focuses by and large on. But this novel had it's also something that I think is remarkable for the history that, as I said, the cartography that's contained within the novel, and because these aspects of how time and space are relevant, I offer a small translation of one of the initial chapters of this. He worked at McGill University, and that's the statue of the founder, McGill. You see some post-its in there, on there. It's because the Scotsman McGill was a slave owner. And for me, it has always remained fascinating as to how these elements find mention in any kind of novel for that matter. But for me, as I said, like with university histories, it also gives me that added perspective to relook at the very habitus that that I'm part of. And the post-its were because he was a slave owner, and in 2020 there was a huge protest asking for his statue to be removed. And what we see as a reference somewhere very delicately is when we can't make this direct reading so easily, but what I'm trying to say is that these aspects of history which are recreated in the novel, the kind of chronotopes it establishes, the very specific choice of what we try to include as aspects of time and space. This is what we, I would think that the academic novel offers as a deeper insight into what we are as members of this profession. Probably other things that I can have, but I think we'll be able to address that during our discussion. For now, it's over.
Thank you, Rahul, for the interesting lecture. I'm sure we will address some things we managed to say now.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of hurried up, so. I'm going to ask members of the public outside.
You, Rahul, for making that link between Bourdieu's, also his style in that work, the use of comedy, which would be a device then also used in literature to critically engage the reader with the subject matter, and the use of novels, which often do offer that kind of perspective on the arts and humanities and teaching in the arts and humanities, and both in that respect then focuses in on that question of why the arts and humanities matter.
Yes.
And I just wondered whether that might, whether you wanted to say anything about that in relation to some of the novels or Bourdieu, because we could, to some extent, juxtapose that sort of lightness of touch or comedy, which also comes about questioning, what it is that matters. When you think about something like the David Lodge novels,
yes,
and the conferences like
yes,
this,
absolutely. I mean, that's
yes,
a kind of a theme that comes about in Small World.
That's right. And then our purpose, which is in some ways showing what it is about reading literature that matters. It's a very open question, but I wonder whether that might, be a follow-on that you could think about for us.
Yes, I mean, if I were to look at it, I think that what perhaps matters is, as I said, like it's not, as I said, the text relives in a way through its reader. I mean, we know this kind of, it's become like a maxim, and we kind of, we have internalized it. But my point here being that as if you look at it, no text really goes out, or no novel goes out proclaiming itself to be a political novel or an academic novel as such. We give it that, we give it those contours, and we are the ones engaged with it. I mean, our response to the text is very different from, I'll have to again like make a reference to the invisible person outside this room. They're not, I mean, we what we produce or what we write about what we read gives it a different kind of life. So text one. And the second is, as far as Bourdieu is concerned, I mean, this, what probably he inherits a realist tradition of literature of the 19th century, but I mean, these are again like speculations that could be, but it had a social function. Literature had a social function. What does it make the reader reflect upon? Something that Kundera also echoes later. I mean, it's something that you engage with aspects of history, or you enter into conversation with the writer. And does it question aspects of like of social structures that you where you take yourself for granted within that? And Homo academicus is exactly that, because when he keeps mentioning that those who feel threatened by it are going to recognize themselves in it too. As I said, like it's all like a veiled attack on Derrida, the whole camp there. And it is just making them, it's like, okay, what is it that we're doing? Are we challenging those very structures? So as I said, like, yeah, this is what sometimes we take things for granted. And because the spotlight is on us as professionals within academia, it introduces a new level of complexity to what we have been discussing, I suppose.
Sorry to ask another question.
Please.
I was there's a line there about the factory that he works in. Dies a millionaire, sets up the university. But it made me think, and going back to the sociology of the university, and I like the way you've read the Bourdieu text, but it made me think of a phrase that's often used to describe the modern university as a sausage factory. That is organized to produce essentially sausages with slightly different varieties. And Tony Blair once had this line, which I think is exactly how governments and business view universities. The university is a supply side measure in economic terms. It's an investment in the future. I wonder if, so that's the one issue, it's just how you think about the actual university in light of these novels, or how you view it. The other is about other ways of educating. The university is almost a standardized model that gets imposed in every part of the world now. And you can go to a campus in India, a campus in Australia, a campus in Kenya, a campus in the UK. They're all the same. It's like the World Standards Organization has imposed a model of the university. And I wonder as well about the campus novel that begins to unpick that sausage-like factory production of the modern university.
I can answer it with a little perspective from what I've also been working on. It's about university histories themselves. And the creation of the university, the modern university, is relative. Historically, it's still something new. It's an old institution, as old as the Catholic Church. In fact, these are the two of the oldest Western institutions that we have, the Catholic Church and the university. And it's not a surprise that the histories are conjoined. And nevertheless, with what we talk about the modern university, modern Western university, not talking of the American one, but the Humboldtian university is a product of a 19th century state. The Humboldtian ideals of Lernfreiheit or Lehrfreiheit is, however, it accompanies the construction of the modern nation state. And there is, until 19th century, it was insulated from, it could allow itself the privilege of being insulated from society, from wider society. Education was for an aristocratic elite. But with the creation of the modern state, a tacit pact is made between the modern state and the university. In exchange for autonomy, the university will supply the human resources that's required for the modern state. So the salami model that you referred to is typically a phenomenon of that. We live in those times that in exchange, because as I said, the idea of professoroti, we are allowed to talk all this. Anyone, I mean, as I said again, anyone could ask us, I mean, is this where it's going? Yep. But this is in exchange for this autonomy, we have a pact, the tacit pact. And the second question, Mark, was? That's it?
I want to ask you about one point, because I think we didn't mention that in our discussions by now. We spoke about political novel, but did we speak about politicization through novels? And which, like we asked ourselves in the German team at one point, which political novel has politicized you?
you know, like which had this impact on you? I'm not meeting your but yeah, but that's a question we all can ask, and then we can review also this history of universities and academic protests, student protests, also through that lens, and ask ourselves, was ever a political novel relevant in these processes, or is it something that comes afterwards? You know, like, can we rewrite the history of students' movements and protests through that lens, not in the sense of political novels speaking about it, but, you know, like playing a role through different reading groups, I don't know, sittings and stuff like that. And in this last phase of politicization we are going through now, I believe completely, or to a certain extent, significantly changes our understanding of the, you know, like role of like these separate domains of research, activism, writing, and forces us also to rethink the whole constellation. And I'm sure that the novel that has some methodological implications also for reading political novels, academic novels, and, you know, like this whole field. So I want to, if you can reflect on that.
I'll try my best. For one, I mean, I would just like to emphasize that the academic novel is not something distinct as such from what we have still not defined as the political novel. So, and even I'm very wary of the term that we use as the academic novel itself. It's just, as I said, it's a reader reaction, experience, and the codification of a certain form of writing. And these forms are never inviolable or permanent as such. And in terms of what you're talking of, how if these novels, and I think that's important as to, it's very important as well, because it's true that today, if I were to look at it from my own profession, there's very little the students know about universities themselves. And you could, it could be looked at in many ways, but how many would know like what this structure, which has been like around in our, which is so much a part of our lives, how much do we know about where we spend? If you were to look at it, even according to the Bologna model, like, you know, like after post-secondary education, we're going to spend 5 years of your life. Do we know enough about the institutional histories of the place that where we're going to be for the next 5 years or more? But this, I think, if there's one subgenre of literature which can capture these shifts within what we have in modern society, academic novels could make a claim to it for the simple reason that they are actually, in a way, they're chronicling aspects of history that are viewed from the prism of academia itself. And to give you an example of it, David Lodge's works in both you know, like Changing Places and Small World, they actually, he's talking about the student protests in both the US and also back home. It's also like where you're recording for the first time the class churning that is happening in Great Britain with regards to who is being able to access higher education now. So these are valuable little insights to perhaps you know, like look into aspects of society and something that concerns us so almost you know, viscerally through forms of literature. I think it's also like, if you where would one look for as a piece of literature that concerns us or our students, or what subgenre like gives it. You may, and again, a small distinction, it's not like campus fiction or campus novel, because that's also a term that's used interchangeably. I think academic novels retains its a bit of you know, like mystery despite its pretentious title. So yeah.